Hey family, how's everybody doing? Hey family, how's everyone doing? This is Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Hey family, I wanted to change my headings too, because y'all know it's about keeping it real when I come on the Couch Conversation show. So, what I've been looking at lately is keeping life real. It's the same, but I basically want to change it to life. Keeping life real. And this is Steve Copeland from Baltimore, Maryland. And I wanted to come on, and I want to say so bad for a while, like not too long. But every time I say that, I end up coming on stand for about 3 or 4 hours. You know, um, I have a lot to say. And not only do I have a lot to say, I'm not one of the ones that runs off at my mouth and don't produce actions. A lot of y'all might be okay with that. Talking a real good game. All right. Sounding real good. Being real Gucci. But when it comes to actually like producing solutions, you don't have them. But you can talk a good game. And it's not to knock you because some people is very good with doing that. I just wanted to share some things that's been kind of heavy on my heart lately, mainly here in Baltimore City. But for a lot of y'all that might come past and tune in for a second or two, I am a community activist. I am a community organizer. I am a community outreach coordinator. I am a homeless advocate. I am a human rights advocate. All in all, in all, in all, in all, in all, I am a person that was born and raised in Baltimore City. I love my city. I have over 32 years clean from living a destructive lifestyle. That means at one point I was part of the problem in Baltimore City. I am not Baltimore's city problem today. I'm a human being that was once blind, but now I see. I was once lost, but now I'm found. And because of how God turned my life around, and I'm not talking about your religion, okay? I'm talking about that personal, spiritual connection that I learned to gain throughout the years. And if you want me to break it down and make it a little bit more simpler to you, I've learned to live by some morals, values, and principles. A God fearing, God centered way of life. And it's not based around, then again, let me watch that. Because I was going to say it's not based around my religious beliefs. But you know, Elijah, but you know, it can start out like that. You know, it's based around my religious teaching and beliefs. But because my relationship became personal, that's why I don't care what your religion is. I tend to ask people, have you learned to gain that spiritual connection? Because you can get into a religion and learn to live accordingly to the teaching and to the traditions and all that type of stuff of that particular religion, which I understand that. But have you learned to gain that spiritual connection? where it's shown in the quality of your life. And a lot of times I ain't got to say nothing out my mouth. My actions will prove to you basically who I am when it comes to saying, I love Christ. I'm a follower of Christ. I emulate Christ's humility. I'm talking about being a loving, kind, considerate, thoughtful man. That's what I'm talking about. And if y'all want me to talk about the twin, which we call Lucifer, that disobeyed the father, I can be a rotten, no good son of a sea biscuit too. That's what makes up the character. Then try to fix it. Twist it the way you want. Twist it the way you want. And justify your behavior. Because there's a good side of you, which is your good qualities, and there's a negative side of us too, which still makes up the person as a human being. It completes the package. A lot of y'all don't want to hear that because you think you walk on water. Because I was there too at one point. I thought I was walk on water. But I learned throughout the years, y'all, that when you know the truth, and I'm going to do this because I'm going to go back to some of the religious teaching, right? The 10 Commandments are not the only commandments that was given to us. Okay? The 5 books of Moses. What laws do you think they create? Where do you think that stuff come from? A lot of the laws that they create for us to live by. Where do you think it come from? The commandments. Not just the 10 Commandments, but now go back to the 5 books of Moses. How God told us he wants us to live our life. The lands of the laws. That's what they use. Either to prosecute us or to discipline us. That's what they use. Y'all ain't know that? Y'all ain't know that? A lot of people won't know if you don't study and read certain things. You ain't know that? They can use it to crucify you. They can use it to enhance your life. When I read and I study the scripture, I read it for me to become a better human being a day at a time. Oh, did you miss what I said? Me. Because I'm reading it. I'm studying it. I'm reading it. I'm studying it. And the goal is for me to be the best man I can possibly be. Not you. Now, if you're reading it and you studying it, then yeah, you. Because he's talking to you. I can point the fingers at everybody else. Look at the fingers pointing back at me. Well, you need to do this. You need to do that. The Bible said this. The Quran said that. The Himalayas say this over there. The Himatites say that over there. I can do it. But look how many fingers pointing back at me. Y'all forget. When you reading and you studying stuff, you doing it by yourself. Anything I read right here, I'm reading by myself. To myself. And if I'm reading Bibles, that's God's direction of how he want me to live my life. I can turn it around and say, see what God said he want you to do? Look how that sound. Because y'all great at doing that. We great at judging the way other people live their lives and fall short, right? All right, I'm going to do this one right here because this is not what I was meant to come on here and say, right? If a man land with a man as he would a woman, right, that's wrong. But if I lay with a female and she much younger than me, right, she's a female. And I'm not married to her, am I right? Well, see, this is not a man. That's your bull crap. Wrong is wrong when you know the truth. When you know the truth. And it's not up for interpretation, David. Guess why? Because Bible speaks about your life. So you want to come up and try it, bro? Then you want to try it. Because it ain't nothing but a sense of direction in life. You want to try it, bro? Because didn't you hear me say that goes to show that thanks, David. That goes to thanks, David. Thanks, David. Thanks, David. Because I seen the word interpretation. And that's why I was saying what I was saying, right? Because number one, David, that's why I said, did you want to come up? But look, David, that's what I had to learn. Look, it was written for me. And I mean, it was written for us. Don't get it wrong. Those who believe. And David, since you said it, it kind of pushed me back a little bit to, I don't like to be so direct sometimes, David, but it brought me back to something me and somebody was talking about the other day. and they was old church members, right? I'm gonna say believers in Christ. I'm gonna put it like that. Believers in Christ. Well, I was with Mama Earth, right? Which Mama Earth is a very, very religious woman. Now, and I'm saying spiritually, divined. And certain people that don't practice your behaviors, if you don't believe in Christ, then you're not of God to them. So what I had to watch it because I realized who I was beginning to talk to, a real religious person. And what I started saying, David, this one right here, I'm talking about my baby Yvette, Mama Earth. They call her Mama Earth because she deep into herbal and all this. Mama Earth. However, God worked with people in his own special way. I stopped, David, like what you were saying is not up for interpretation, right? That's why I had to slide back some. I had to understand that God works with us in many ways. And he had ways of getting in touch with us. All of us not traveling the same road. And that's what I had to understand, David. And thanks, David. Thanks, David. I got to go back to that because you drawed my attention to that when you said it. I had to go back to it. But and that's what I was trying to tell her, David. It's just like if I'm sitting with somebody, David, as a recovering addict, right? I might can't talk Bible to you or quote scripture to you. I might have to come in layman terms and sit down. If you in the gutter, that's what a lot of y'all fail to see because you rose above the gutter. But now if you meeting somebody and they down and out on their luck, and if they sitting on the curb, you gonna stand over top of them and try to talk to them, or is you gonna sit down on the curb beside them? Some of y'all done got to this point where you done so heavenly bound that you're no freaking earthly good and helpful towards nobody, and you know it. So anyway, I had to watch it, David, and thanks, David. That's why I said you kind of took me back some. Because it's kind of sinking into. But it took me back to when you said the Bible's not up for interpretation. That's all. It's not. It's how you live it. And basically, that's why I say he took me back. He kind of brought me back down because my mind wanted to go over here, but then it was like, come back. So you're right. Thank you, buddy. So what I was explaining to her, and we on Pennsylvania Avenue in Baltimore City, and I'm down Uptons. I live over here near Morgan. Very, very peaceful, quiet area. It's still in the city. Or the city. It's just not your inner city. The ghetto part. Just because I live in the more conservative areas, I do not look down on them. I grew up over in zone 17. When I go back over there, I'm home. And the goal is to embrace that community itself where I once grew up in because I'm there. That's home to me. So when it comes to dealing with our smug addicts or people that's caught up, and when I say I have 32 years clean, the goal is to go back and help others that don't know and realize you can come out of this and stay out of this a day at a time. It's some work that has to be done in order for you to get to that point in your life. You have to lose the desire. Number one, you have to lose the desire to want to make a difference in your life. So, okay, when I go over there or anywhere in Baltimore City, and you don't hear me say as a deacon, and the Lord said, and the Lord said that. I don't do that. That's not my calling. So if that's the way you preach and that's the way you teach, and I can't say teach because my pastor do not teach like that. He teaches. He breaks it down. He don't hoop. He don't holler. He don't yell. He don't flip. He might run from time to time once the spirit is. But when I come, I come. And because I come the way I do, I know. Stop, David. David said it might take more time, more than 12 steps in God's time. Stop, David. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. Because that's to help you understand, David. People don't change overnight. See, in God's, that's what I said, David. That's what I had to understand. And that's where I'm at now, David. Stop, because you got me reflecting back on certain things. And look, this where I'm at, because David just threw me David. But it's not a bad thing what David said. But David got me focusing on too right now, David, my housing program. And the reason why I said the temporary housing program, I'm gonna say the temporary housing to permanent. I want certain things to happen like now. You know, I want what I want for them, like now. But it's a process. And once again, the statement that David made had me look at, well, I can't look at God's time because I don't know. Things happen according to him. That's all David's saying. And it has nothing to do with, I'm just looking at self, David, and it has nothing to do with me personally. But I can just say for right now, because of where I'm at, I want what I want for our people, like right now. And the only time a person can say something like that in my cat and where I'm at is because I live a real good life. You know, don't want for too much of anything. I don't have to rob and steal and take from our people to fatten up my pockets. Okay? I don't have to do it. Yes, it takes money, family, to house our homeless and less fortunate people. Yes, it takes money when it comes to, I'm gonna say, the still suffering smug addict. You know, it takes money to get them the proper and the necessary help that they need. It takes money. That's why they have programs out there. That's why a lot of those programs get government, state, and government funding. I don't get state or government funding for my LLC. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, the reason why I don't get the finances the way I think they should give it to me, because they know I'm going to provide the proper services that they need to get to turn their lives around. I already know how they work. That's why they don't like the big mouth, bald head black dude. Because number one, I'm going to do God's will. The necessary things to help people, the ones that want the necessary help to overcome whatever. That's why it's so hard for me to get the necessary help with people, because when they realize Steve is serious about what he's talking about, it's like stay away from him. I already know it. I already know, and I'm sorry if I'm sharing to a point of y'all might miss what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I apologize. Blame it on David, because David some stuff David putting right there really hitting home. But look, the other day, a couple of days ago, and I'm talking about Baltimore City, overdose. Somebody brought, and I gotta watch it because of TikTok sensitive community stuff. Testers in. I think I could use that word. Just can't use the other smug, right? Let me tell y'all this. Don't nothing happen by accident. I already know what's happening, why it's happening, and basically the powers that be. I think that's the best word I could use. The powers that be. I watched the other day when I went over Penn and North. They got all of this goddamn on stuff to bring you back when in case you overflow. They was out like crazy. You understand the word? Set them up, take them down. If y'all don't like it, Baltimore City, forget you. Okay? Now I'm telling you this because number one, I have not been in the game for 30-something years. Normally when you send out stuff for people to try out, you promoting and you're advertising your product. You don't send stuff out like that to hurt and harm people. Take them down. You don't do it. Even though what you're doing is not right anyway. But you only sending stuff out to embrace whatever they doing to, and I gotta watch what I say because of TikTok, but in other words, to nod. But when you send something out that's going to take out a lot of people, that's deliberate. And y'all know who I'm talking about. In that one particular area of Baltimore City. And like I tell everybody, look at what they did. They got a camera over there, a camera over there, a camera right here, and a camera right here, because they rallied them in that one little area to unalive each other. To take each other down. That was one of the reasons why I joined Archie and them way back when, to fight to get that plane up over Baltimore City, because I realized what they was doing with our people. You don't like me now, do you? And a lot of y'all businesses making money off it. So when I walked over there, David, the other day, I had to shut my big freaking mouth. Because I already knew what it was. And not just me, a lot of us in that area that's working to beautify the area, to bring it up, to build it up. We already knew what time it was. Now we understand a few. We understand a few. But when you got somebody that's going to come out and put out about 100 testers, full of shit. And then on top of that, to take them down, full of shit. And what pisses me off, because I feel like when I run off in my fucking mouth, I'm doing it by myself. And that's what hurts me. When I see what's happening to our people, and a lot of y'all out there cashing off of it because of the businesses y'all work for that's called recovery programs. Hey man, Brandon Scott, if you want to talk, we can talk, bro, because you know I don't play. Antonio Hayes, Senator Antonio Hayes, I walked through the area yesterday, bro. You know I grew up with your mother and your father. I do not like the way y'all allowing that area to fall apart. Fucking like it. And some of you suckers that's normally not around there, y'all came over there to promote your damn businesses. That's life over there to me. That's life. I sat with Simmons. I sat with Hudson. I'm talking about pastors, people in that community that's built it back up in that community. None of y'all came down there to talk with them. Even the fucking news people, y'all did not come and talk with them. I watched y'all. I grew up in this. It breaks my heart to see how y'all just taking out people. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. Because I see what y'all doing and I know what y'all doing. But the good part about it, I ain't the only one. I'm just the one with the bigger ass mouth that tends to talk about it. And that's all y'all want to do around Baltimore City is judge the fuck out of me for standing up for our people. I watch what they do. And it's a difference when you used to be a part of the problem. When you used to be a part of the problem. I did not know, and I tell people that, I did not know over 30 years ago when I was doing what I was doing back in the community, you could not tell me what I was doing was wrong. Because it went with part of the game. But when God brought me out of it and I began to look back, and I realized how I was hurting our people. And sometimes I wish I didn't see what I see today. I wish I was like y'all and could turn my fucking back. I wish I was like y'all. I wish I was. But that's not how God created me. I wish I could sit back and turn my back and say they getting what they deserve. No, they don't. And most of them, I'm watching a lot of our young men and women over there, up right there on in between that. And the only thing they doing, they might be taking a little pill here, smoking a little weed. They just trying to enjoy their life. I'm talking about the ones that's caught up on smugs and been caught up for years. They running from a lot of pain and misery inside. So you mother suckers that got your degrees, that got your certificates, that got all that bull junk, and you know these people hurting inside, they dying inside. And it hurts me to my heart. And I know one, I can't save everybody. I can't help everybody. I can't. And I know it. And I know it. But it's a lot of y'all that's cashing off of our people pain and misery. That's why y'all don't like being around me, because you know I will put your ass on point. You fattening up your fucking pocket while people sitting up here losing their lives. And I see it. That's why a lot of y'all don't like me. I ain't no different than y'all. I want money too, but I ain't your. Oh God, I knew they was gonna do this. That's why I'm starting to hate TikTok. Shut up. I read it the other day. I was trying not to go there, but I read it the other day because they don't want you on TikTok. They don't want you to say things to tend to. Let me get it back right because I read it. They don't like people struggling. Let me put it like that. If people is struggling, right, they don't want you to say certain things that will offend them or make them feel bad because they caught up in a certain way. So I understood why when I read the restriction part of it, right? Because they don't want us to judge them. They don't want us to discriminate against the population. I got it. So I read into it the other day, y'all, and what TikTok had put up. The restriction on why. But then I had to let them know I'm just freaking open. I'm freaking real when it comes to the people and people's lives, you know. And my goal is not just that I work with the like the homeless people, right? Not that I work with the homeless people as well. And a lot of them are, you're still, and I'm trying to watch my words, they are still, you're still suffering. People. And why y'all think they got like that? Because 9 times out of 10, when you running around, not all, right? But when you caught up in a certain lifestyle, it tends to gain control over your life, where your life will become unmanageable, irresponsible. You know, you're not managing it if you don't have control over it. So because of somebody like myself with the working knowledge of the 12 steps and so forth, right? The goal is to help you gain control back over your life. So in that process, what we have to teach you to do is to understand your powerlessness, to understand your unmanageability because of whatever taking control of your life. Rather it's the smugs, rather it's smacks, rather it's food, rather it's lying, rather it's manipulating, rather it's cheating. You have to gain control over it, and how you gain control over it, you have to realize how unmanageable or how destructive your life is becoming or has become. So now I'm watching people. I'm watching because I observe. I have to observe. I'm watching people. And when I see you walking around and you looking like a zombie, I know you hurt and you don't want to keep looking at life. You hurt, you running, you trying to escape. And I see it. And my thing is, come in. Let's talk. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what's happening. But guess what? When you do, and it's not just like that. You know, you gotta be somewhere where you can talk. You gotta take them in here. I take them. A lot of y'all can't do it. A lot of y'all don't want to do it because you make money off the pain and the misery. You gotta take them in. You gotta help them deal with whatever. And I have to use that sense, right? Because you don't know until you get with them to talk to them. Gotta take them inside. And it all starts with communicating. Any relationship starts with communicating, being honest, having faith, trusting. And I'm not saying in you. I'm not saying you. Back in yourself. That's what I do with anybody that comes into my life. Even the women, the children, the individuals, the husband, the wives, anybody come in my life is to teach you how to be honest with yourself again. Have faith back in yourself again. To trust back in yourself again. Because if you live the life where you was destroying your life, the goal is to help you gain structure back in your life. You had to learn, and I'm just saying the way they taught me early on, I had to learn to change my old ways of thinking, or I will continue practicing that destructive behavior. I had to learn to change people, places, and things. And the reason why I'm saying that, because I had to get away from my family, my loved ones, my relatives that I grew up with, that I got high with, that I did smugs with. I had to stop coming around because I did that with my family. So I had to learn to change people, places, and things. I couldn't keep going around the same neighborhoods and stuff like that that I used to do certain things in. Now that I'm a little bit, I was gonna say a little bit more mature, right? I'm a little older now and I'm a little wiser now. The goal is to go back and help those now. Cause I understand where they at. I understand how hard it is. Cause that's I'm getting ready to say addiction, right? But then like I said, I'm on TikTok over here as well. I have to understand that you can become addicted to that lifestyle, and that's just hanging out in certain places and doing certain things because and it don't have nothing to do with the smugs, but just hanging out in that destructive area because you used to it when you feel like you don't know where else to go. And that's not true in Baltimore City. It's a lot of beautiful places in Baltimore City that you can go and visit and enjoy yourself. And it could be 3 blocks down from the block you in. You get it? It could be 3 blocks down. Because I'm going to tell you, I was over there near Drew Hill Park, Francis Street. It's like a whole different zone. I walked up Fulton. I did not know they tore the whole roll of houses down. And stores right there on Fulton between Woodbrook. I get Woodbrook and Walbrook mixed up. Woodbrook and Pennsylvania Avenue. I did not know they tore all that down. Where the school was at, they tore that down. They're making it a wreck. Clifton Avenue. I went up, walked down Alcatraz Terrace, ran into my cousin. Well, one of the guys that I ain't even gonna say I sponsored, but my wife's cousin, which I sponsor her husband. He's a deacon and everything too. And everybody spotted me. They spotted me coming down the street, Dave. I'm older now. David, I'm older. I'm not a kid. And I'm walking down Alcatraz Terrace. I looked over there and I seen Bell Dental, and I'm like, they still up here. Mind y'all, I'm 63. And I'm walking back to the neighborhood. When we first moved around on Woodbrook, I think I was about 10, 11 years old. About 11. About 11. Because from there, and I'm walking down Francis Street, Alcatraz, took Francis Street, and then I went down Drew Hill and looked at the house that we used to live in when I was 10 years old. And I was walking down Drew Hill, and I remember I was saying to myself, I remember I used to be afraid to walk down towards Drew Hill and White Lock. I'm walking down. I'm looking at the abandoned houses now. I'm looking at just walk. It's like walking back down memory lane, right? And I hit North Avenue, walk past Umar's boxing. Feet starting to hurt like crazy. My feet hurt and everything. Right? And I think what I'm trying to get to now, when you're young, it's like you don't have a care in the world. But I'm walking back down memory lane. And I'm like, God, I don't know why you got me doing this. But I'm walking back down memory lane. I get down towards Linden Avenue. And I'm looking at the area where uh, the medical center used to be. And I'm like, wait a minute, I remember this used to be underground. Why everything looks so leveled out? And I'm at Utah and Linden. I'm looking at the new stuff they putting up now, right? They call it Murder Mall, I think, or Unalive Mall for TikTok's sake. And I'm looking at the new stuff they putting up. $350,000 houses. I'm like, these poor people in this area can't afford that. They can't afford it. They beautifying it, but they can't afford it. If you making under a certain amount, you can't afford it. And so I'm gonna tell y'all right now, anytime you hear that word gentrification for the inner city, Brandon Scott, Anytime y'all hear gentrification, Antonio Hayes for the inner city, Ivan Bates, police commissioner for the inner city, genocide come with innocence. Genocide come with it. Okay. They can't replace all you black poor people. And a lot of them know it. So what you do, start allowing them to take each other down. And a lot of y'all sit back on your butt and see what's happening. And y'all allowing it too. Mm-hmm. 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 And that's why a lot of times I'm afraid to open up my fucking butt. Because I see what they're doing. And I ask people this, and goes to show you how much attention y'all pay. If they doing gentrification in the city, and they moving out the poor people, where's they putting them? I don't know. Okay. You don't know. So guess what? I'm not gonna mention y'all names. Yes, I am. Pastor Simmons, once again, thank you. Pastor Hathaway, thank you. Rod Hudson, thank you, Pastor. These are men that I've been dealing with when it comes to us creating a new Be More city. Excuse me, y'all. A lot of y'all like to badmouth me. I don't need to take, rob, and steal from nobody. That's not me, okay? But y'all give the ones the accolades that's actually doing it. Christopher Anderson sent me this news person phone number. Said, I need you to call such and such. I haven't called him yet. Because I feel like if you're not about the solution, what I want to talk to you for? If you're not about ways and means for us to slow a lot of this down, some stuff is not going to stop. We understand. But the point is, we can slow it down. And the first thing, when that thing went off last week, Dave, with them putting that poison out back out in the streets the way they did, the first person came to mind was the one that brought the eye in the sky here, Ross T. McNutt. And the point of it, ACLU. ACLU, American Civil Liberty Union. I am a part of y'all now. The whole point of the eye in the sky was to slow it down. The unalive rate in Baltimore City, because I'm on TikTok too, so I have to use certain things, right? And that bull crap that happened some days ago, that was one of the reasons too, to slow a lot of that down. A lot of y'all didn't know in Baltimore City, Communities United and a lot of us came together to get a bill passed for the fentanyl and the opioid. So we can get safe consumption sites. And you know what safe consumption sites are? Y'all seen them out there with the stuff you give them when they OD? Oh, did I go too far with that one on TikTok? But whenever they, go out, the goal was to get a facility to put in there where we would have doctors and stuff or staff that if they did the same way they was out there doing it the other day, bringing them back. Bringing them back. That was something we fought for anyway. But to have a facility right there, this time they in the library. We was trying to get it. I told my director that if they do pass that bill, put it in 1515. Because people ain't going to go over to Johns Hopkins. They're not going to go down Maryland General or the University of Maryland to do their stuff. They're going to go in these abandonment houses. They're going to go behind these bushes or in the alleyways to do this. So that way, if they go out, it's a crew there to bring them back. So what y'all think they just did? We know what the freak they did. Brandon Scott. We know what they did. I knew what it was when I got the phone call. And that's not Brandon. No. Because one thing I do know, when it comes to Brandon Scott, Antonio Hayes, and all of them, a lot of them that I know on that sense, James Torrance, a lot of them I know, they have great hearts for doing the right things for the people, but they got so many of them that comes up against them. I can tell you that personally. Look what they do to me, and I'm not a politician. I'm just a big mouth, bald-headed black dude that cares for his city, want better for his city. And the reason why a lot of y'all dislike me, because I challenge you when I open up my mouth. For when you sit back and you look at things and you take it for granted. And say, oh, you want to point fingers, that don't make no sense. But when I say come on out, help support what we do, come out, look, I can guarantee you, if we come together, and I tell you like this, most of the people out there, check this out. If you in a community, if it's your neighborhood, and if they selling smugs or anything right there in that particular neighborhood, they are what? 9 times out of 10, they are your children. They are your sons. They are your daughters. They are your grandkids. They are your nieces. They're your nephews. You know why? Because we don't just let anybody come in our neighborhoods trying to tear it apart. We don't. So that's why it takes the community, the ones that's afraid to step out. I'm 63 years old, and guess what? I know one day God gonna be like, come on, Steve, time for you to come home. I know it. But I guarantee you when he do, he gonna be like, well done, my son. Can you say that? Can you say that? You want to come on TikTok and run off at your mouth? Do you have solutions, or you want to stay in the problem? Because that's what a lot of y'all do when I come on here. You so stuck in the problem. Somebody, man, to Sean, and I know you don't mind. Cause me and her was talking and the white supremacy. And how they set things up for us to do what we do. I said, let me tell you this, they ain't all white. And if it's boiled down to it, guess what? You got your billionaires, your hundreds of millionaires. And the reason why I say hundreds of millionaires is because they're more closer than your billionaires. I'm just using that as an example, right? It's part of the have and have nots. Do you know we cost them a lot of money with the money they have that they have to pay out towards taxes and stuff like that? A lot of the money that the state and the government gets, it comes from them too. Don't forget, they are our employees, employers. I'm not working, I'm retired with the business. The same way you pay state and you pay federal taxes, they pay too. It's 15%. 7.5 come from them and 7.5 come from you. Read it up. Read it up. I listen to a lot of y'all do your research. You do this, you do that. I don't search a lot of that. It's just for some reason God starts showing me a lot, which y'all might study and figure out. And because I didn't got involved or I'm involved in it, I see what's actually happening. So you can talk about Donald Trump don't create nan freaking bill. Let me make this clear to a lot of y'all. Stop your bull crap. He doesn't create no policies, legislations, or none of that. Not even when it comes to the executive powers. It's a team that does that. But he'll sit back and throw hints or tell them certain things that if they put it into law, because he's going to agree with it, yes, I will sign it. Stop giving him all that power. And energy like that. One individual is not. And this is what disappoint me, Kwesi, Fume, Congressman. Y'all allowing this man to get away with homicide or unalive. Is that the word? Because I can't figure out how this man can do what he do. I'm trying to like, what? You got the three branches of government. They supposed to all in a sense, I'm saying, because you got the three branches. No one individual supposed to have that much power. Not one. And I love the way he manipulate and play the people. Because that's all Trump doing. He playing us. And y'all fall for it. The Republican Party and the Democratic Party is not the only two political parties out there. They are the strongest two. And I tell Christopher Anderson, and yes, I'm going to say this, bro. And Tim, I will say this too with you. Kimberly Klacik with you too. Y'all done got people so used to y'all because y'all are running off at your freaking mouth so much, you're not doing anything back in the community to improve it. But you talk against certain things, and you got so many people that likes the way you talk against the Democratic Party. But all of y'all are the same, sis and brothers. Because y'all made me think y'all was really for coming in the inner city people helping them with me. And where I'm at, like right now on my talk show by my damn self. That's what disappointed me about the Republican Party. Now tell me I'm wrong, suckers. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, we're going to come in. We want to help them to be more independent and responsible.
That's what I like about it. Because y'all was talking about, listen what I just said. Y'all was talking about helping them to be more independent where they don't have to rely on state and government, to live off on. I'm like, come on then. Thinking we're going to create programs together, thinking we're going to work together. Where y'all suckers at? I'm by myself in that sense. So most of the people that I work with, y'all, they are community activists. They are people in the community. Because we actually, the difference between politics, and I keep trying to tell y'all, they're about policies. We're about solutions towards the policies. Mainly if we know they're going to hurt the people. That's where the human rights side of me coming at. I'm looking and waiting for y'all to come in. And I'll go on Twitter and I look at all of these people agreeing to some of the stuff y'all do because your talking points is real well. Your talking points. But you're not actually doing the footwork to help nobody. And guess what? I realize y'all can't. Let me be truthful about it. You can't. So what the fuck I would want to be a politician for when I can't actually come in and do the necessary footwork because that's work, that's business. That's the difference between business and politics. That's the difference between grassroots stuff. Because you have businesses, you have nonprofits that's in the community that's doing y'all work. That's why I wouldn't become no politician. Because I was getting ready to run for the 12th district on the House of Delegates on the Republican ticket. Because I wanted to get the funding to help with our rehabbing and revitalizing houses. And somebody told me that you would never be able to use that money. Some people might know how. They might be in prison. I just don't choose to go there. I didn't want to use the money. I didn't want to, well, the way they told me was you can't mix business like Trump in politics. And Trump made it clear to everybody, I am a businessman. I'm not a politician. And his job was to just show us how easy it was to run the country from a businessman standpoint. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. And y'all lick this man high balls and all that stuff. Y'all don't get it. He's just showing y'all, he's showing us, not just y'all. Right? And I'm like, wow. And it's a form of manipulating and playing the people. And a lot of y'all promoting this bullcrap. You're promoting it. The people that need what? Medical assistance the most. The people that need SNAP the most. What is this? Alligator, Alcatraz, whatever that bull crap is, I guarantee you the amount of money. Some brothers gonna be there too. It starts off one way. Watch. Illegal what? Immigrants. He'll find a way to the American legal citizens that was born and raised here. Because y'all will fall for the bull junk. You're gonna fall for it. And then once you find out that melanated men going there too, you'll come up with a good excuse why. Look at my face. Because it's like some of us are suckers to everything they say. Rather than you standing up for your equal rights, your equal rights, your civil rights, your constitutional rights, your liberties, your freedom. That's why they screwing us. Like I was telling to Sean today, I said, look what's happening to Merlin Mosby, one of the most educated lawyers, state's attorney. I'm talking about at the top level. And I was trying to go to, like towards the Supreme Court, right? A Supreme, like a judge. I said, this woman know what's going on. This woman know what's happening. Very educated in that area. And if she wanted to, guess what? She could have defended herself. That's how intelligent she is. Even though we screw up, don't get it wrong. But then I had to make it clear to her. If I'm not mistaken, it was $90,000 that she took from her own personal stuff, job-wise. Like some of us had 401k retirement plans, and a lot of y'all don't borrow money from your own self or find a way to get money out your own stuff. I bet y'all looking the other way now. Not me. I got that $25,000 and spent $5,000 on a house because that's what I told my I was gonna build for. But I took the 20 somewhere else. Oh, we know how you do things. Watch this. I used to take my family on trips. I cashed my stuff in. I cashed my stuff in. And the reason why I did what I did, because a lot of the times we get these plans like the 401k, the retirement for when we do retire, right? And one year it hit me. I might not live to be able to enjoy that money, so you might as well enjoy it while you can. I cashed in all my stuff. Now you can sit back and say, because look, let me stop. They making money off of our money. And when you call yourself getting your money early, they want to crucify you for using your own hard-earned money, that they're making interest off your money for sitting in their places. And y'all are steady. I'm not saying cash your stuff in. Don't get it wrong. If you're a multi-billionaire and you let them use your money to lend to people like me, tell them Steve Copeland needs some money so he can get his own building to work with his work with the homeless and the less fortunate people. Okay, y'all tell Donald Trump and Elon Musk and all of them that Steve Copeland said send some money this way. So you know they can do a write off with that on me. They can do a write off. Don't forget. Okay, tell them. Okay, because I've been trying to reach them. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Bill Gates. I need some money to help me with my homeless and less fortunate program. Tell them. Because I know y'all looking at me telling, I ain't telling them give you nothing. It ain't me. I'm talking about sending it to my program for the people. Y'all can look at me all you want. Because it's not about me. It's not about me personally. Because keep in mind, I do not have to do what I do. I do it because I love and I care for our people and I want the best for them. So I'm more like their freaking mouthpiece for a lot of y'all that miss it. Well, we don't like the way you talk to us. You need to bite a little bit more better. Kiss the grits. Because that's what y'all want. I'm just a mouthpiece. I'm looking at myself, laughing at myself, right? I'm like, Steve, you need to stop. I'm just a mouthpiece. I know I ain't sitting up here hollering, and the Lord said, send it over here. And the Lord said, send it over there. No, because I'm going to tell you what. I'm walking in the footsteps of Jesus Christ. That's why a lot of y'all miss it. I ain't say David said Jesus said this. I ain't say that. I ain't said Isaiah said it. I ain't say Moses said it. I didn't say Ezekiel said it. I'm actually walking in the community. If you know anything about Christ and why he came upon this earth, or how God manifested into human flesh and came amongst his people, I didn't understand it myself at one point, but he started showing me. You emulating Christ's humility. Yes, he got angry. Yes, he got upset. Oh no, he was perfect. Well, he flipped over that tape. That goes to show me he was a human being. Whether he was black, whether he was white, whether he was Hispanic, whether he was blue, whether he was purple, he was human. Y'all get into that color thing and keep it like that. I'm looking at the action. I'm looking at the work of the man and the 12 disciples. And then let me put it like this. I'm an ordained deacon. So what was he called to do? What was the deacons called to do? What did they set the deacons on the side for? I don't just work with widowers. I work with the women, the children, the individuals, your veteran, your disabled, the ones that need our help the most. That's why he came here. And then when you look at how he healed people, if it's no more than emotionally, mentally, spiritually, building up on that character. When you might have been born with 6 fingers, and your self-esteem is real low. So you got to tell yourself, no matter what, you are a human being. You are a great man. Even though you're disabled, you got to build up your character. But some of y'all rather tear people like me down. So I understand where you're coming from. Because your self-esteem probably lower than mine. So now it takes somebody like me to sit back and tell you it's okay. And if I give you this finger, that means I love you. If I give you this, that means I love you. I love you. I be telling people that they don't do nothing but bust out laughing. Right? I say this is my way of saying I love you. I love you. If I give you this finger, I'm mad at you. I had to learn it. I had to learn to love me, no matter what. And that's not being smart, ladies. My thing is, you can't give me what I don't have inside. You can run off at your mouth all you want. But I'm going to tell you this. If you're the type of woman that likes to down a man, I'm going to tell you bye. Bye. You take that somewhere else, not him. Barbara Jean taught me very well that men take care of their responsibility. If you can tell me how to be a man, and guess what? When she said it, I ain't understood what she meant. But basically what I got out of it, as a father, as a husband, they are my responsibility. I'm saying as a father, and not being smart as a woman. You know what it is to be a woman. If you are a woman, how you gonna teach a man how to be a man? I had to do the opposite of what my father did with me. He wasn't never a part of my life. At 63 years old. So I had to make sure I was more than enough a part of my children's life. I never wanted my kids to feel the pain of their dad not being in their life. Even my nieces and nephews, even my stepdaughters, even the young men that I mentored. So you want to teach me how to be a man? You want to teach me how to take care of my responsibility? I know how to cook. I know how to sew. I know how to do all that good stuff. Right now, I'm ready to retire. I'm looking for a woman to take care of me. I want to be in the kitchen barefooted and pregnant now at 63 years old. And I'm going to tell you, and it's not being too smart, but if you're a freaking woman and you think you can teach a man how to be a man, you got a serious problem. You can tell us what women, you as a woman, if you know what you like in life about yourself, about yourself, about yourself. You can teach us what you like and what you feel as though you deserve and how you see how I'm saying you, not, because each individual are different. Okay? I want a woman. I'm a God-fearing man. I'm a powerful man. And I know I am. I stand firm on my morals, values, and principles, and you might look at them being wrong, but that's your bullshit because they're not mine. That's your bullshit. I stand on what I believe. And I stand on what basically what I look at from the years, and I'm older now. Still, I make mistakes. But from me learning from making mistakes or making mistakes in life, learning from them has taught me how to be a better man today and not doing a lot of the childish stuff. So if you as a woman feel as though you can teach me from my own personal experience and learning from, come on. Because if your ego and your pride that damn big, I'm going to tell you what, I will stay away from it. I will stay away from you. Because like I was telling Pastor the other day, we talk about repent. We talk about a day at a time. We talk about this. I said, let me say this. A lot of the stuff that I used to do when I was younger, or, I used to do, I just don't do no more. The point is you mature in certain areas. A lot of that childish stuff and childish behaviors as an adult don't feel right no more. So when we talk about repentance, it's only for the day. It's no guarantee if I'm gonna live to see tomorrow. Yesterday was history. That's past. I'm talking about right now. What time is it? Almost 7 o'clock. Almost 7 o'clock. I'm talking about now. Just for today. A lot of the stuff I used to do just right now. I don't even know what might happen in the next 5 minutes. Keep it simple, Steve. There's certain things I just don't do, and I try not to practice like right now. So you want to talk about repentance? And if I pick something up that I call myself not doing for a while, if I pick it back up tomorrow, that don't mean I never repented. That meant I just didn't do it for a while. So we can use the word repent. We can use the word just for the day. Y'all the one that makes stuff complicated for other people's lives. Practice to your life. Practice it for your life. See, I can only share my personal experience with y'all on the mistakes that I made out of life and how I was able to overcome and not practice those certain behaviors again just for today. That's all. That's all. That's all. Stop making stuff so freaking complicated. I will walk away from you. Because a lot of times people preach stuff or they say stuff and you don't even practice what you preach. It's just that it sounds good. That's why I tell people, I say, guess what? I know I got a big mouth. I know I talk a lot. I know I do. And you know what people turn around and do? You talk a lot. I said, God dang it, didn't I just tell them that? It goes to show you don't listen. You don't have to repeat nothing. I said, I talk a lot. Remember I said I don't want to be on here too long? I've been on here a little bit over an hour. If I'm not careful, I'll be on here for another 2-3 hours. Because I know Steve Copeland. But this is what I tell people too. Watch my actions. Watch what I do. Only thing I want a lot of y'all to do, all right, we see what's going on. Your city, Baltimore City, wherever you at. We see what's going on. Stop sitting your freaking ass down and just letting it happen. If you want to make a difference, you got to get up, come out, and get involved. I get sick and tired of watching people come on certain things and you talk that little Gucci game because you're real good with your words and stuff, right? But you don't have no actions behind your words. I learned that from my kids because I was steady telling my kids, you do this, you do that. They hear what we saying, but they also watch what we do. So it had to match. It had to match. So a lot of times you don't have to say much. It's the point of doing it. When you know something needs to be done, do it. So in saying that, Pennsylvania Avenue and North, harm reduction in the community of color. I want to start having those meetings once a month. Safety in the war zone. I want to start having those type of topics once a month where we can invite the community out. A lot of our hustlers out. Not only that, those that have workforce development programs, those that have educational programs, I'm talking about to help them because this is what my housing program is designed. If you need a GED, I got somebody that will work with you. I got somebody that will tutor. I got somebody that's coming in to do all that. I have the space. We started out down at 908. We got to do it up here at 1645 Calhoun Street. We will do it there. If not, if not, Salvation Army is getting ready to open up in September. This is a lot of the wraparound services that they're providing for the community. So I'm telling you, if you're coming into my housing program, you're going to sign up for the wraparound services. If not, don't come into my program. Yes, I said it. Because the goal is I want you to turn your life around. I want you to start thinking more healthier. I want you to be more productive. I want you to shoot out of that old ghetto mentality and learn to live a more constructive way of life. And if you're not willing to do it, don't reach out to me for help. Come and meet me when you're ready. Because I just thought about it. Right? I know y'all might like, oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yeah. Like I tell everybody, my thing is temporary housing, but it's the wraparound services. That's the professional services that's being provided. I want y'all to take advantage of it. And if you don't like the way I said what you,
Please, I want y'all to sign up for the wraparound service program. Okay.
Shut up, Steve. All right. Don't tell me how to do things. Please don't. If you one of them weak, kiss their booty behind stuff like that, that's fine with you. Sometimes you gotta come hard. Because you know why? I love you. And I want the best for you. And I know sometimes you might not feel like you want the best for yourself. Well, God dang it, you better not come my way. Because my goal, and I might call it encouraging you and motivating you, right? I don't care how you did it. The point is, take the suggestions. Because that's all they are. That's all it is. Take the suggestions. I can tell you a day at a time because they told me, sit down, shut up. If we want to know where the cop, well, they say sitting on the front row, right? If we want to know where the cop, we'll ask you. And I was raising my hand to tell them who had what, where, and how. And they was like, if you don't, I know who got it. I had to learn to shut up and take suggestions. 32 years, over 32 years, January the 26th, 2025 made 32 years for me of not messing with the smugs or living that type of lifestyle. So don't you ever give a freak who you is, Donald Trump, Elon Musk. Ooh. I don't care who you is. Don't you never tell me.
Oh, they ain't want to change, or they ain't going to change.
Don't you never tell me that. Because you be a lying, manipulating, no good, discouraging person. Because I'm going to tell you point blank. Oh, yes, they will. They just need somebody to help them. Now, I know not everybody. I had to correct it a little bit. I know not everybody is willing to do the necessary work. I already know it. But the point is, being here for the ones that want to help. And I'm going to tell you all this that a lot of y'all miss. If you do not have a desire, you have to have a desire. You have to have that real strong desire to want to better your life in order to do the necessary work. You have to. And when I look back over my life, a day at a time, 32 years, just a day at a time, accumulating 32 years, I have not had a real strong desire to go back to the smugs. You get me? And I thank God. And the reason why I'm saying that, because I understand why some people will make the decision to go back to doing what they used to do. But we call that, when you make the decision, let me get the word right, a reservation. When you make the decision to go back to doing the smugs again. But some people, when they make the decision to go back to doing the smugs again, it's either because they never completely surrendered, and you can't measure nobody's desire, right? Or it could be they was taking some medical. I'm trying to think of because we have a pamphlet called "In Times of Illness," right? But I'm medicated, like prescribed medication. Like I had my feet operated on, so I had to take the oxycontin, for the pain. But once it sucked a little, when they ran out, they were like, nope, no, 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 right? And you do go through certain little things. Oh, if you add this with that, that can help you over here. Like no, no. And I know a lot. The reason why I'm saying that because I know a lot of people because they was taking prescribed medication, and it made them feel like they was getting, and they turned around and actually went and did it. You know what I mean? So I understand that happens too, but keep in mind whenever you make the decision, did you miss my words? Whenever you make the decision to pick back up or go back to doing smugs, it's a conscious decision that you make. It's not like that thing just popped up in you. You get me? If you don't pick it up, put it back down, Steve. Okay. If you don't pick it up, it won't get in. If you don't pick it up, it won't get in you. If you don't pick it up, it won't get in you. If you don't pick it up, it won't get in you. Did you miss it? And guess where it starts at? Tell me I don't know. Guess where it starts at? Guess what I'm thinking about? It's the thought. Guess what I'm thinking about right now? See me just drink the Diet Pepsi? See me just drink some water? And y'all know normally when I sit here, what else do I have with me? And I think it's gone, but I'm gonna grab it anyway. My coffee. While I'm sitting here talking with y'all, it's gone. While I'm sitting here talking with y'all, I'm thinking about it starts here. The point is, now, this is where the compulsion comes in. The thought, the actually physical part of drinking it. Now, what's better for me to become addicted to? This is better for me to become addicted to the water, the Diet Pepsi, or the coffee. The water is the best because it's not going to. I had to add some cream to that. I had to add the sugar substitute to that, being a diabetic. So actually, the sugar breaks down a little slower with it. But the water is the best. I just thought about it. Right. Remember I shared with y'all the other day? I got my little, this right here, right? I haven't used it yet, but look, I'll start out slow like this until I'm able to bring it all the way in. Start off, look, ooh, I almost hit myself in the face. Look, start off slow like that, right? And guess what I'm trying to do now? And I ain't trying. I shouldn't have said that word, trying. But the goal is, and I shared with y'all the other day, my chest always been big, always had man boobs, right? But the goal is to tighten up. I just ordered me. I come from a 5X, right? suit jacket, suit. I used to buy 5X suits. 56 here, shoulder part, 46 waist. So whenever I would buy a suit, I had to get it tailored. So I spent almost as much getting it tailored as I brought the suit. So it got to the point I started buying 46 pants and blazers. So I went from 5X to a 1X. So the thing now is just to tighten up. Come on, I'm 63 years old. I ain't trying to, I mean, the six pack and all that type of stuff, please. I just want to tighten up the flag. I done lost a lot of weight. I just want to tighten up. So now, I have to watch what I eat. I have to be more careful. I can't overdo it. I can if I want. But it's about practicing some self-discipline and some self-control. It's okay to say no. It's okay. And guess what? The same method, what's up, Big Sam? The same method that we use, right? The same method that we use for the smugs is the same method that I have to use, rather it's smacks, rather it's food, rather it's gambling, rather it's lying, rather it's manipulating, rather it's, because we can go overboard with stuff. And I don't know who I'm talking to, but I'm talking to somebody. Now, I want to say this, and I'm going to get ready to go. I have to take some time out for me because I've been chilling. I got to make my doctor's appointments. I had to get with Medicaid. Well, I had to get on another Medicare plan that will actually pay for my prescriptions. I had to do the prescription plan, right? And what I was thinking about when I started calling the people about my prescription plan, and I believe I'm with Cigna now, I have the A and the B, and I think it's somewhat the C or the D now, because two with it. Because now the prescription plan that I had to get on, it covers a lot of, I just do a copay for some I don't have to pay for, right? Which was good, because the medication that I take is real expensive being a diabetic. Trulicity itself is $1,000. I haven't had it in about 2-3 months, which that helps cure my appetite. So I have to be, so my doctor already leaning on me because I normally eat once a day. And she like, no, you gotta start eating like 3 meals a day and blah, 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 just not a lot, right? So I normally eat when I'm hungry. But anyway, I'm trying to still practice that, but I need my insulin. My fast acting Humalog, I've been out too. I need it. My long acting, I was telling my doctor that I didn't have it. So I take like 8, and she told me to take 4 as well. So do 8 at night, and I do 4 during the day to keep the A1C down. Then once again, she helped me to understand why it's so important to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And y'all know they talk about like 6 small meals a day too, right? It's just the point. Sometimes, like I said, y'all, I won't eat till I'm hungry. Once I feel hungry, I eat. To me, it's okay, but my body and understanding what's happening to me, being a diabetic, it helps me understand why it's so important to actually eat the way they telling me to eat. because your body will start making its own stuff to protect itself. So that's why sometimes medication is good for certain areas where it protects your organs and all this stuff a little bit more. And if you really don't understand the whole depth of some things, because now I've been a diabetic for over 35 years now, and I thought I knew everything about diabetes, but no, I do not. No, I do not. It's like I'm learning so much more how it affects, your organs and even more. I'm like, wow. Now you can't tell me that in my mind, like I'm not a healthy person. You can't tell me that. But when you go to the doctors and they do your blood work and they do certain things, even though I feel like I'm a pretty healthy guy, losing the weight and everything, and doing what I do, and I find out it's not enough. It's not good enough, and I'm like, huh? So that's what makes me want to get into like the herbs and the holistic stuff that most people, that understand the earthly stuff a lot better than I do towards healing the body, the natural stuff. So it does make me want to look that route too. But then I'll justify that behavior, family, and I'll be like, well, I'm 63 years old now. So when God is ready for me, I don't want to live to see another 163. But you don't want to go now anyway, right now. But then it's like, okay, whenever you're ready, all right. Just saying. Because I did not expect to be 63. I didn't. But let me share. And Deborah, I don't know if you're looking at me, sis. And any of y'all that know Deborah, tell her stop trying to badmouth me. Deborah don't know me. Deborah, you don't know me, sis. And I sent you a message to tell you it's sad that we couldn't, really hook up to help the people in Baltimore City the way I thought you was there for. 908, I found out you're still in the lease, sis. The reason why, and you know this, stop playing. I house women and children. Let me make that clear. I house women and children. And the goal is to help the women to become more independent as far as not relying as much on state and government funding. But when you have a mother with at least 2, 3, 4, 5 kids, and they don't have that male helping them, they need stability housing wise. If they're not getting that money, or say like with HUD housing, any type of assistance, they're going to struggle. So that was my goal, or that was the goal of Marlo introducing me to you, Deborah. And you know it. Marlo does men. He does ex-offenders, returning citizens, and felons. His program, he doesn't do women with his program. You wanted to implement women into the building. That's why he asked me, Miss Deborah, to partner up with him so that I can come in on the housing side of what y'all was trying to do. Stop bad mouthing me, woman. I don't know you like that. I don't date women, and I am because we talked, me and some other people talked about this. I don't date women my age. I'll grow up in that area one day. And I don't date women over 200 pounds. And I don't care if y'all like it or not. I know what I desire. So let's keep that real. I don't sleep with any and everybody like I did when I was younger. And let's make that clear. Because me and Christine Flowers had a conversation the other day about you talking about me. And she said, Steve, she really wants you. I said, I know. I kept telling you. Back up, sis. Back up, sis. I had another woman that did the same things to me and ended up taking me to court. Talking about I was stalking her. And I said, Your Honor, one, I don't date women my age. Your Honor, and I don't date big women. And that's not an insult to anybody. Why would what? And the judge was like, well, why would he stalk you if he don't date? Keep trying yourself, sis. Then on top of that, you're going to tell my board member, I don't even want to say it, family, keep her daughter away from me. That is my goddaughter. I have daughters. So what is you trying to say? What is you trying to say? I have daughters. I have granddaughters. What is you trying to say? I deal with women and women with children. That's your way of trying to degrade me? Keep playing me. Why do y'all do that? Now, I'm on my live. I'm on my talk show, baby. I'm on my talk show. And then you're going to sit back, right? Let me make this real clear to you, because me and Christine Flowers is a homeless advocate. That's the one that gave me the title of homeless advocate. You didn't know that, did you? Huh? And I know you're familiar with Mackenzie Frost with Fox 45 News, Miss Deborah. She called me the voice for Baltimore City, Miss Deborah. Keep trying. You know Isabel Cummings? She's the Inspector General. Keep trying. You know Ivan Bates? I helped him twice in his campaign, running for state's attorney. Keep trying. You want to try to make me out to look bad around Baltimore City? And if y'all listening to me that knows her, tell her keep trying me. Strengthening the community is the name of my LLC. The LaTanya D. Copeland House of Hope is my temporary housing program. I will pull everybody I know together, sis. And I'm trying my best to remain humble. You did the same things to Marlo. Badmouth Marlo when I met you. I didn't even take it. Now I see what's happening with me. Marlo introduced me to you, woman, to help you get back the money, you and your daughter. Y'all paying money for a facility with nobody in it. I brought the people in. And now you fixing it where I was told, because nobody is calling me, telling me nothing, because you bad-mouthing me, but my board member. You get ready to come in and evict the women and the women with children. Because your daughter don't have none? And then you saying you bringing CPS to the building as well? On the 15th? Huh? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You get ready to put homeless people out to be homeless again, Miss Deborah. That's all you had to do was call me and talk with me. and your daughter. So I asked Tashawn, I said, is it eviction notice there? Because are you just sending information to intimidate them, or do they actually have an eviction notice there? That's how you work, and you supposed to be a professional? And that's how y'all work? You and your daughter? Look on my page. Look on my page. And see, a lot of y'all, I sent something out to ask y'all to help me help them. And that's why they screw us in Baltimore City the way they do. Because we don't stick together. We don't come together and stick together. So all you gotta do is talk with me. So I told Tashawn to check on the ones that actually got the money so that way we can move them into something else. Because you will not call me and talk with me. Talking about I'm harassing you. And yeah, I found out too that same young lady that you call yourself talking to was getting ready to whoop your butt the other day too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here you go right here on my page. Here you go right here on my page. Because you know what you did? When y'all fixed it where I couldn't stay in that building, and matter of fact, I stayed away from the building because I was trying to avoid the police, because y'all know I'm on 3 years of probation and all that, right? So I was trying for something I didn't do on top of that. But look, I was trying to avoid all the chaos and the confusion that you was bringing to the building. You don't know nothing about temporary housing. You don't know nothing about it. Then I found out they selling smugs back out the building. And this is what my board member, because you calling her,
talking about, I need your help.
This not her responsibilities. If you want to do something right for the people, talk with me. And this is what I told her. And she sent me this because on the 15th, from what she understand, they supposed to be coming to evict the rest of the people that's in the building. And the women with children, she want to bring CPS. This how you do business, woman? Ooh, y'all make me sick. And a lot of y'all sanction this bullshit. A lot of y'all sanction this shit. And watch how people go through what they go through. It say nobody called me. This is what I was telling to Sean. I said nobody called me to say anything. If they had their money, I probably can get them into the other building. And I'm talking about the Frederick Douglass building. I can get you in if you got the necessary money to pay your rent. But I know a lot of y'all don't. So I gotta bring you in on the temporary part of it. But now she needed to talk with me so that way I know how to set it up where we can just transfer them right on out. Dumb heifer. And forgive me, y'all, because I'm making myself piss. I'm sorry. Forgive me, making myself piss. And if you think I should be professional, then you come and see what's going on. Y'all pissed. I'm mad and I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Because I feel sorry for our people. All right, this is what I text Tashawn. And then Tashawn hit me back. She said, thank you, Steve Copeland. I really appreciate it now. Everyone at 908 Valley Street wants me to come. Want to come to where she's at. The sheriff and the CPS are coming to the building now. They calling me. And I don't want to mention the people names, right? Because Miss Deborah been feeding them a bunch of bull junk. behind my back. Now they at the point where they don't trust me, but then she get ready to kick them out. You're sick. Mm. And I told Tashawn because I don't want certain people that's behaviors is out of whack. I can deal with them because y'all know, like I said, I come in as I come in as dad, I come in. You better cut that bullshit. Blah 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 blah. That's why me and some of the clients have a hard way to go because I love them, y'all. I care for them. You know, I want the best for them. So I might come as that old school, right? And in a harder way because I want the best for them. I don't give a freak what y'all say and how you think. That's why I said for me, I had to put a team in front of me because of me dealing with them one on one. And this what me and Christina Flowers was talking about. Our feelings get too involved with because we care, right? It's a and I've been looking. Oh no. She was still talking with me. It's apartments all over the area, income based, and I know that because I've been looking at like Lock Raven, Towson, all of that too, so that we can move them into more suitable places. You know what I mean? But the goal is permanent for them. But when you don't have that money to pay that 1,000 or 1,200 or 1,500 out of your pocket. So now on top of that, and thank you, Common Sense, I have to say this, because I'm dealing with like the Salvation Army now. I'm dealing with the Frederick Douglass building. They're dealing with St. Vince de Paul, right? Where they will help them pay their rent up to like 11 months. But that 12th month, now because you came into the program and you doing all the necessary work, like job wise and all that too, because you got to do the wraparound service work. If you come in and you just think you're going to lay here and don't improve your life, that's not what this is about. So they're going to help you financially to be able to pay for that place. And then a year later, it's like you on your own. So I'm like, yes, because they helping you substitute. But say like they might the first month might be 100, the second month might be 200. It's added on together now, but it's 100 each month until you get up to that 1,200, whatever your actually rent is, right? And by this time, if you're not working or you're not doing the necessary things or bringing in that much money, that's all I'm trying to get to. Is the goal is to work you to that point where you can pay that amount monthly, and then not only that, to get you an apprenticeship program where you won't have to. And I'm trying to make it simple. And please catch me, where you won't have to rely and depend on state and government funding as much, like most people now. They making a history out of it. The goal is to get you to that point where you don't have to really rely on the state and the government as much, where you'll be more independent. So we understand the proper steps that it takes for you to get to that point. But now you heard what I said, for you to get to that point. So you have to do the work. You have to do the work. Men is more easier, right? Because they deal with themselves. And women without children is more easier. But when it comes to the women and the women with children, you have to change your mindset, babies. You got to change it. And where you want to live on this the rest of your life, and no, you have to change it. We understand, say like some of these programs that you sign up for, you're gonna need the babysitter and all that type of stuff. Well, that's the whole goal with the wraparound service, to provide all these services for you so that you can better your life. This is what's strengthening the community. This is what the Latanya D. Copeland house is all about. House of Hope is all about. But importantly, ladies, queen, you gotta do the work. And thank you, Common Sense, because I didn't realize when it got to this point and God went poof, shut everything down, because He want me to take that next level now. Because Common Sense was the one that came in and helped me understand how United Way, how the Salvation Army, and if you think I'm lying, nope. Wait a minute, why I look like I'm reading the same things over again? Yeah. And I sent this over. This is on my Facebook page, right? Because I got very I don't play. What? Who's sending me a message? Who's sending me a message? Yeah. And see, the resources are out there. The resources are out there. And I gotta say it again. Thank you, common sense. But now, mind you, for some of y'all that don't understand, my clients that I deal with, it's independent living. So you have to have some type of income coming in. Like SSI, SSDI. Now, most of the ones that get SSI or SSDI, those are the ones that I would get into, like the senior citizen complexes and stuff like that, because I know they can't afford a lot. And if we can get it with, prayfully some, can get in with HUD housing or because of medical assistance, I want to make sure I say it right. Medical assistance or Social Security will actually pay their rent. But now you have to have a disability where because Medicaid is going to pay for it. See, it's a lot more stuff I'm learning now. So it's getting with the right people that can get you the necessary help that you need. I had a social worker reach out to me and was telling me how she would love to be a part of what we're doing because she know, by her being into like human services, right? She knows some of the programs they have that can actually help people. I say, come on. I shared this the other day too. Right. Now, to show y'all, I'm telling you, me and Phyllis was talking, and I was telling Phyllis how uh uh I turned my phones off. So they're on silent. And it's not that I'm trying to avoid y'all, it's just certain work that I know that I have to do to better help the people. You get That's why I don't like putting certain things over here. All right, here you go. The pathway of hope, right? This is the Salvation Army's housing program. They help, with your housing expenses. I guess that's the best way I can put it. So I talked with Amy about this to see how we can go about working together. Well, Amy told me to hook up with Tracy. So I got Tracy now. So the whole goal with this too is we have to put together a proposal for the funding, grant money. See what I'm saying? So we have to put together something. But not only that, now they will cover because I checked them out up to 6 months. Now I got to find out is that the complete, and this is to get you into a permanent place, right? Is they going to cover? Say like if you're 12, if it's 1,200 a month. Now normally if I say 1,200 a month, that could be for one bedroom, that could be for two bedrooms. It all depends on where we're trying to put you at, right? 3 bedrooms might be 13, 14. 4 bedrooms, I'm just saying, might run you up to 13, 14. Be honest with you, if it's like 4 bedrooms, I'd rather put you down Pedestal Gardens because I think it's like 14, might be 15, but gas and electric is included. So if you talking about a husband and wife and they can afford that, just need some assistance, that's not bad. And the reason why I said that's not bad because the gas and electric included. And me talking with the lady at, I'm sorry, Annie. Me talking with Annie at the Frederick Douglass building, if you on Section 8 or the low income, your gas and electric is implemented into your rent as well. So they basically paying for that. Y'all think I'm not gonna try to get? I gotta get with these programs. So that's part of pathway. Now, Saint, I've been downloading stuff so that way, I have it on my drive so I know where to go at and get the necessary information that I need when it comes to helping everybody. I got the Frederick Douglass building right here. Um, I got to work back on cause y'all know for 2 years I was down. So I got to get the LLC part of it straight and right because I don't want to use my social security number. So I can go sole proprietor, right? But I got to get everything straight in this sense too. Now, I can still do business from what I was reading. But when it comes to actually getting the funding, the government and the state funding, it's not to say they won't give it to from what I read. But certain things might be a little difficult. That's all it was trying to tell me. So when it comes to dealing with somebody on a personal note, that you might have funding that you don't have a problem with adding until we can get everything. Because the goal is getting everything in order. Because I don't want nobody tell me no. You get it? And I'm talking about with the funding and everything. I don't want no excuse or the reason why you won't do this, you won't do that. I am not trying to hear it. But I know certain things want to make it harder for you. Certain, you know, programs or whatever. I ain't trying to hear it. I'm talking to y'all, Baltimore City. Because it's not about me. That's why I said it's about really making sure we do the right things for the people. I'm trying to see can I go down to it. But I see it better on my I can see everything better on my iPad. Because it spreads it out more. Multi-family properties in the area. Uh Frederick Douglass is really I'm looking at the great work that they are I, I don't want to just say trying to do, but I'm looking at now it's about the apartment complex itself to make it simple. Uh, they was working with the recovery program. The the recovery program moved out for whatever reason. I just don't want to move into a mess. So I need to know certain things, and I have to see stuff with my own two eyes. Hold up for a minute, please. I got to run to the bathroom. I want to see things with my own two eyes, because basically, when I come into something, y'all, and if I see that it needs a little bit more improvement, and only because of the information that I have, being one of the people that worked with Community United, and I already know how they got the slumlord landlord bill passed, where I already know your property is supposed to be up to code. And the reason why they did this too is because they believe because of the lead, the mold, they believed. Hold on, y'all. Let me run to this bathroom for a minute. Ah, dang, I've been sitting that on my body aching. Thanks, y'all. But look, as I was saying, I was sitting up here when I went to the bathroom. I was thinking about. I was listening to my other compassionate brother, like myself, and I'm not going to apologize because I'm a very sensitive guy. I'm a very passionate guy, right? And I don't know whichever way to be. And I'm not when I look at certain things with me, I'm being me. I'm being me. But if I look at how y'all perceive me, then I'm gonna try to adjust to y'all. And I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. And y'all should never, don't you ever, because you know it's certain things you might not do, or you might be stronger in certain areas than some people when it comes to dealing with reality of life, and you stronger, in that area. That's beautiful. But don't pass judgment on somebody that might be a little bit more emotional, you know. And I'm only saying this with you because I ain't no chump by far. Don't take it in that way. This is just how I express Steve Copeland. And I'm only saying this right because me, I'm sitting with a pastor, right? Simmons. And he real. When I say he's real, what I love about him, man, he just being he ain't trying to walk on water. Right? And I told him, I said, that's what I love about you. You so real. And know what? When he the same way. When he certain things hit him, it's y'all call it wild out stuff like that. But I know when I see it, I see me. And I see the passion. I see the person. I see the human being. And I'm like, wow. Do y'all know how that feels when you got people in your life and you can see yourself in them? And that's what God been doing with me lately, right? He been putting people there that, wait a minute, I'm trying to, yeah, where I can do multiple guests. I was just trying to switch it over here. But I'm sitting up here and I'm watching Simmons, and you can tell this man real. And not only that, he actually do the work. He actually do the work. Then you got Pastor Rodney Hudson, Rod Hudson. I keep saying Rodney, but it's Rod. Talking about people in the communities that want the best for the community. Actually got programs together, doing things, going to these town hall meetings, going to, speaking out for the people. And do y'all realize when you do stuff like this, you putting your life on the line? I think a lot of y'all do. I think a lot of y'all realize it. That's why y'all afraid to do it. That's why a lot of y'all, and it's okay because what we have a tendency of doing too, y'all surround yourself with all the right people, and that's fine. That's a beautiful thing. And that's more where I'm trying to go at. And I'm gonna tell you this too. I think because of what I went through at Communities United, and I realized that some I'm gonna tell y'all, some organizations get paid to play like they're doing a great job. Come out, do all the necessary things. And I became aware of a lot of that, y'all. I became aware of a lot of it. I just didn't want to be like one of those people who, to me, when y'all hear me say things like sell out people out, I just don't want to be a part of that. And y'all, and we have a lot of people already know with businesses, with programs. You're like, nah, I wouldn't deal with him. I wouldn't mess with him. I wouldn't matter. I wouldn't, mainly when you know they taking stuff undercover. They profiting off of people pain and misery. I already know. I was talking to somebody the other day and say, well, what's your name now? It's like they don't want to move no further with, working with you. No. You ain't say nothing new. You ain't said nothing new at all. But you know why I knew? I know because one thing I learned, either you stand for something or you keep falling for anything. I'm the type of person I believe in standing firm. I'm like anybody else. Yes, I wish I was at a point where I was making money, profiting. I'm not there. I'm not there. And I know in God's time, it will come. It might not be based on the transitional part, you know, but it's other things that the business is looking into. So it might not be that. And that's something me and Ty was talking about too. Because now I've been looking at tiny houses, I've been looking at container houses, I've been looking at and been talking to some people. It's just the point of getting there, little by little by little by little. Because if I'm not careful, I'll try to do 1,000 things at one time, and I had to learn to back up and just take a step at a time. Get this situated, then move to the next, then move to the next. But whatever I do on a personal note, I have to get a team. And that's what I started realizing. So with the Teen Talk Show, if you want to duplicate somewhat of the Teen Talk Show, guess what? That idea came from Maurice Thomas of Yonkers, New York. And I was just looking at him the other day when he was doing a live stream with some teens at his newer facility. So I asked him, studio broadcasting wise, I asked him, can you come to Baltimore City and help me in that sense? So now, if you at a point where you can do it, do it. Because now we need this as far as giving our youth an outlet, a voice. I don't want to be up there with the youth. I want somebody around about 24 that understand what it is as far as who lived a certain way of life, who have learned to recover from a certain lifestyle, and now ready to feed it back to the community. Or, and then not only that, we have to have a staff that I'm talking about of people there that knows how to help people move forward in a more positive way in those areas. You don't want to keep people stuck. And that's something I found out with a lot of people that does this. You're real good at doing this, but you don't have no solutions or intervention programs or ways and means to help people live a more productive or better way of life. You don't have it. And that's not to knock you, because I understand you just want some attention, you know. So it's not to knock you for what you do and how you do things. That's not me. So I'm gonna get ready to get off here. I'm gonna break down some clips, but from my TikTok. That's what I love about TikTok. I'm one day I'm gonna learn how to break it down on my Restream network as well. But for right now, I'm restreaming to when I come on my stream, I'm restreaming to 6 other platforms. Let me make sure I say it right. TikTok makes 7, and I try to embed. I try to embed it on my Instagram as well, where I could live stream to Instagram while I'm on this one. I'm sitting right here, which is a good thing because guess what? I'm seeing all over the world. What's up, Corey? I'm seeing all over the world. You know, anytime you see Maxwell Harris come up, Maxwell Harris is in Africa. And when I get my summary, it normally tells me like how many people in the United States, that the average over here in the United States, it might have been 3% in the UK, stuff like that. It'll tell me where I'm seeing that, and things like that. Which but I need y'all. And when I say I need y'all, personally by myself, it can drain you. So if you're not surrounded with a lot of other people to help build you spiritually, motivating you, encouraging you, and just on the same wavelength, you know, it will drain you. It will drain you. And that's why a lot of times for me, I'll shut down because I have to regroup spiritually. See, this is my, like I said, Twitter. And I'm gonna tell you this: what gets me with Twitter. A lot of the people that I deal with, politically and all of that, is over on Twitter, and they see this. They will ask you little dumb stuff. Like, I ain't even gonna say his name. Look, this morning, Tom Humane announced that ICE has located 10,000 missing migrants. This is how I keep up with a lot of stuff. This morning, Tom Homan Homan announced that ICE has located 10,000 missing migrant children. 10,000 missing migrant children. What is those illegals? What is they deporting illegal migrants? Illegals. So a lot of them, their parents ain't here, right? Because they in that alligator aquaculture. See the type of stuff they report over here? Um, for covering the real, wait a minute, this brand, this guy, thank you, ABC News Live, for covering the real work happening in Baltimore. Our young people are Baltimore's greatest resource. Every investment we make and every program we launch is about engaging and uplifting. And I told somebody the other day, I said, y'all bet not. I said, when it comes to brand this guy's youth, I said, he don't play. He don't play when it comes to his young kids, the young people. Then they got Elon Musk. Starship will take humanity to Mars. 9 million people. 9 million people. To me, it's the stupidest things we put out, and so many people support it. 9 million. I just be tripping. I be tripping. And when it comes to life, reality in general, you put something up there about locally what you doing to better the community and stuff like that. Nobody wants to pay attention. But you can put some of the most outrageous stuff over here, And I think some people realize that when you focus a lot on negative stuff, in that nature or somewhere along that line, people feed into it. People feed into a lot of negative information. So for me, I think that's their way of playing with people's intelligence and stuff like that. So I noticed like when Brandon Scott and them post stuff, they might not get a lot of views or just people tagging in. They might not get a lot, but you let people come on here and say something ridiculous towards like Trump, Elon Musk, things like that. Millions of people tend to fall into it. And I know it's called news. A man in North Carolina went shopping with his sister, who has EBT and WIC. He films her shopping cart because he's surprised by the amount of food she's able to get. So much food, they needed a second shopping cart. I remember them days. The total was $833. Not many working families could afford this. 1.4 million views. And they talk about reducing SNAP or cutting off SNAP. Now it didn't say Rabbit. Did it say Rabbit she used paid it with SNAP? Yeah. Let's say who has EBT and WIC. What's this? Look, let me back it up. Now, let that have been somebody darker. He's probably be arrested. They ain't say what she was actually doing with it. Is it feeding the community? He films her shopping cart because he's surprised by the amount of food she's able to get. So much food, they needed a second shopping cart. Yeah, but I didn't read rather like she purchased this to give back to the community or what. That's why sometimes this can be so disheartening when you come on when you go on certain what happened. And I be looking at so much work that I be putting in, trying to get my social media pages to grow, trying to get the couch conversation to grow, the Baltimore's Real Team Talk Show to grow. And I only do this to advertise to us, to put something up for us, to let people know the stuff that we're doing in Baltimore City to try to build and create. I'm looking at my because I know I'm shooting live over to me YouTube, YouTube, baby. I must don't have my. This is my YouTube studio. Little by little, I'm growing. But what I'm just trying to say, this to me, this is advertising. This is promoting. This is what I do to let people know, like what's happening around Baltimore City. A guy came up to me when we was down on the avenue, and he told me, he said, "Man," he said, "I just want to say thank you for the stuff that you're doing and the hard work you do." And that's when I realized a lot of y'all see what I do. A lot of y'all see what the Eastern District Police Department did to me. Y'all was saying it before I was arrested, before I was charged with, Daggett, I almost said his name. When the street police officer that knew all about my housing program, knew everything, charged me with 14 fake charges: home invasion, burglary, armed robbery, assault, and then it went into con, which it actually added, just put other little things in front of it to make it doubled up, right? And he already knew. His his commander in chief knew. Most of the Eastern District knew all about Steve Copeland and the housing program. Why would you charge me with home invasion on my own property, rental property and business, home invasion, burglary, con home invasion, con burglary? That was the setup to get me off the street. Then the detective lady, right? They called me around when I can't go too deep, I can't. But because of the assault, wasn't me. That came upon, I'm gonna say, my nephew, right? Because of him showing his butt or whatever, right? Discipline. Anyway, it wasn't me. They already knew. They knew. But the detective went back, and I know ain't nobody told her that but this girl brother. She gonna go back to January the 28th, January the 18th, for me asking a young lady about the rest of her money towards January payment, and charge me with assault. Wait a minute, what's she? Assault, first degree assault, burglary, and harassment. And it's a detective. So I'm only saying this. I'm a community activist. I'm a human rights advocate. My goal is to help fight and build up, right? Back in the community. Deep now. I can only imagine what those two did, how many other people around in Baltimore City they came together and did shit like that too. I want to say her name so bad. Because the reason why I'm saying this, because this is what happens with the police department, where y'all take innocent people, and this what it was, innocent people, and put charges a bit against the big mouth bald head black dude. And y'all think I'm not gonna talk about it? So if anything happened to me, y'all know what happened. The Eastern District Police Department. Cause one day your name coming, sis. Your name coming, officer. Your name. And I did say y'all name early on. I did say y'all name. But now that was back in 2023. So I'm learning now to be able to talk about certain things, but not to put your name straight out like that. But guess what? Y'all fucked up when you did that with me. Excuse my language, y'all. Y'all screwed up. Why y'all let me see that? Why y'all let me see? So when I hear the police or the commander, the commission and all of them praise the police department, I'll be like, ew, you lying bunch of suckers. Because of what I personally experienced for myself. And then that's not everybody. But do y'all know how hard it is to get away from? It's like when I see the police now, and it's like, ew. Just those few. Do y'all know how hard it is? And I have to remind myself from time to time, Steve, all of them ain't the same, bro. And then when you sit back, and I'm talking to our polices, if I call you and I tell you who I am, and I have an issue with one of my clients that might be off of their meds, the only thing I'm asking you to do is help me with them. I know by right, if they off their meds, your job is to actually take them over to get the proper help that they need. You know why? Because I end up going downtown myself to putting in the paperwork for them to turn it around and send it to the district anyway. And then you're going to tell me, well, there ain't nothing we could do. Okay. You're lying. You took down that 70-year-old woman, though, right? What was y'all excuse for that? And see, if I tell y'all something like that in your face, you'll get offended. "70 years old. And then some people sit back and say, well, she shouldn't have had a name in her head. Number one, if she's not on her meds and she's having a moment, I would say bipolar moment, but she having a moment, it's another way of dealing with people. And you better hope and pray I don't pop up in one of the town hall meetings when y'all talking about it. You better hope and pray. Because when I open up my mouth, y'all gonna get offended. Because you're gonna sit here and try to talk commissioner or not to knock you, Brandon. Y'all gonna talk like they did such a great job, but then when I come back, y'all ain't gonna like it. Because that's my own personal experience in dealing with people with trauma issues. And that's when y'all will turn around and look at me like I'm your problem. I'm not your problem. Come on, this we can do to slow a lot of this down. Better train your people. Same young lady got it right here that threatened me, and I had to call the popo. They went and they talked to her, and they're gonna come back to me. Ain't nothing wrong with her. Okay, it's not. She just beat this pregnant girl up that's in the building. Okay? So when I call y'all and I ask y'all for help, officer, see, I'm there with them. I was going to say 24 hours a day, but I'm there with them. You're not. I know when they in their right frame of mind, and I know when they not. And you know when they not when I call you. But then guess what? The only time you can help them if they're doing something to break the law, then that's when you step to the plate, just like y'all took that 70-year-old down. Now let me talk, and I will tell y'all, okay? If she appeared to be a threat, I watched the video. I watched it. And then I kind of wondered, how much did they alter? Because they only give you what they want you to know. But y'all will fall for the okie dokie every time. That's why, for me, be honest with y'all, when I don't come on here a lot, because I have to shut my big mouth. Why should I sit back? And James, thanks, bro, because James on Facebook, and it's some brothers that speak in my language that I can't wait for us to meet, because we talking about doing the talk show together and everything. And I said I can't wait because I'm starting to meet guys who speak out. But you know, it's like we like this. We spread it out, and the goal is not just coming together, but produce, show results. Uncle T, great job, bro. I haven't seen you in a couple of years. I see you working with the youth, which you always did. You always did, Uncle T. You always did. But I love seeing what you're doing because that shows me you just not about this. Your action, I'm watching your actions with our young men and our young women. I'm watching your actions. And once again, I'm gonna say this because of what happened, Pennsylvania North. A lot of my NA friends, my that I grew up in this process with throughout the years in recovery, y'all see me, y'all watch me. Cause when I said I'm the big my boy dude, one lady said, "Yeah, we know." I'm like, "Yeah, but y'all don't be like, keep up the great work, Mr. Copeland. Keep the. Y'all make me some people now, not intentionally, but I try not to think like that. Sometimes y'all make me feel like what I'm doing is totally wrong, and that's helping our people. Make me feel like I'm totally wrong. And when the guy came over to me, and I received a message that he wants to work with me towards the housing part. Because some people know where the money is at. Some people know where the funding is at. And that's what I tell everybody. The hardest thing for me, which I'm doing the transitional housing part, is actually getting the funding. And to be honest with y'all, I want my own building. Just like we have shelters. I am not a shelter. I'm not a shelter. And we provide wrap around services. I'm not a recovery program. So if you caught up with that and you need that counseling and all that stuff, that's not what my housing is for. Now, as you graduate out of a facility like that and you need that temporary to permanent housing, now I can assist you with that. Mine's is independent. So for some of y'all that likes to say stuff like, well, if they homeless, how can they pay? How can they this and that? Well, that's why you have shelters for when they homeless because those are state or government funded programs for them. Mine's is independent where they have to pay their way. Yeah. Um, threw me off. Now, mine's is independent. So the part is, I'm trying to reflect back on what I was saying. So the part is, you have to have funding point blank, right? I thought my package came. You have to have funding in the process of doing what we do. So a lot of y'all, what y'all have a tendency of doing, because I'm kind of trying to backtrack. A lot of y'all, what y'all have a tendency of doing, well, if they're homeless, why do you charge them? Why do you do this and you do that? So keep in mind the difference between having a temporary housing program or transitional housing program compared to them actually going to a shelter. The reason why some of them don't care to go to the shelter because from what I understand, they have big open spaces. So say like some of them might have women, children, and men in the same area, but it's a big open space. They have security and all that there to watch out for them. But in that process, that's not us. And most of them will call me to get into the transitional housing part. And that's basically where I'm at. We bring you in temporarily. You got to do the necessary work to move on. If you're not willing to do the work, you holding up space for people that can really use the help. So I do want to get better to a degree because I do an intake. So when I say I do an intake, I'm sitting here and I'm talking with you because I have to get you to fill out paperwork so that I know who I'm actually dealing with and what type of services you're going to need other than just a roof over your head, right? Because you could be dealing with mental issues. You could be dealing just life trauma. Because everybody that comes into our program, right? Everybody that comes into our program, a lot of them they don't just deal with the mental issue side of stuff. And remember when I was sharing a little bit earlier, the reason why I deal with Miss Deborah Marlo Hargrove from the FACE program for a lot of y'all in Baltimore City. He does men. I do women and children. That's why he introduced me to Deborah, because he don't do the women's side. So Marlo, for a lot of y'all that don't know, that's my business partner. And I've been knowing him for well over 20 years, but still, he asked me to partner up with him because of the housing side of what we do. And that's how, or what I do. And that's how I was introduced to Miss Deborah. So Baltimore City, for some of y'all that see this, that's how me and Miss Deborah met. Now, Deborah Gold in that building, it's a big, y'all know it's a big building, right? Everything that I do in that building, this lady reached out to me and she was telling me how she first hooked up with Miss Deborah with the building thing. And she said, Mr. Copeland, you doing everything in that building that I was telling Miss Deborah she could do. But she don't know how to run what I'm doing. Because in her mindset, she was looking at assisted living. That's too huge. So my goal coming in was to set everything up. But actually, as I start moving through the process, and it can become certified for this here, for that there, for this here, for that there. Now you got a whole big complex where you can do the assisted living program out of. But not only that, you had to make sure you had the right people up in there to do it. So my goal was to set it up for you. Why you turn around and start lying on me? But then I realized, not being smart, that's what happens when you deal with some black people. So that was one of the reasons why Marlo asked me to come aboard. And I knew what it was. And I told Shamir, if you looking, I told your mother that I have y'all back. Because I know y'all paying for a place to do some business out of, but you didn't actually have the people there to be able to do what you need to do. That's what strengthening the community is all about. That's what the LaTanya D. Copeland House is all about. Temporary program is all about. What y'all did, y'all provided a space for me where I did not have to go and get 10 houses, you get me, to run the program out of. That's what I loved about it. Everything was in one spot. Y'all screwed that up, not me. Me and Tashawn talking today. Tashawn is one of my board of directors. Tashawn is one of the women that works with Phyllis when it comes, and Wanda, when it comes to me dealing with women. The women cannot come real close to me because y'all already know I'm this warm, sensitive guy, right? So I'm only saying that because I tend to take on too much feelings wise, right? So I needed this time. I said when I come back after I came off a home monitor and everything, I said when I come back to doing what I'm doing, I'm going to put a crew in front of me, and that's what I did. So that way, people just can't run up on me and deal with me one on one like they was doing before. So this time I had to build a crew put a crew in front of me of board members, people, and I would feed them. I'm talking about my staff and letting them know how I want certain things done and this and that. Come on, I already know what I'm doing. So you screwed that. You messed that up, sister. You messed that up. Because basically, I'm the tenant. You the landlord. Your business is called Charm City Care, where you supposed to be providing professional services on the mental health part for the clients. Turned around and found out you ain't got no damn experience in that. Then go back and tell them. Anytime you gonna sit up here and ask me for a PRP, I need a counselor, I need this, and I'm like, you're supposed to have all that. But then you turned around and you want everybody to think I'm your pro. And I'm only saying this, y'all, because guess what? Check this out again. I don't do sloppy. And a lot of y'all know I don't do sloppy. A lot of y'all that knows me knows what I'm about as far as trying to help people. I'm going to say even with the recovery process. Don't get it wrong. I didn't realize the people that I bring in my life, I basically sponsor and coach them anyway. I didn't realize that until it was brought to my attention, the stuff that I do, what I'm doing. And that's when I say that, that's to help people change the quality of their lives around. Moving away from that ghetto mentality, helping provide the wraparound professional services. And I'm only saying that again, y'all, because like I said, I want to break this down. And I want to send Lord 60-second clips over, just to help educate people as well. I just feel like this: if your heart and your mind is really for helping our people, come on, y'all. Let's come together. Some of y'all living beautiful lives. Well, you don't need to rely and depend on government funding like most people do. Wait a minute, I'm trying to get my oh inviting guests. A lot of y'all don't need that government assistance and stuff like that the way most of your in the low to moderate income people do. So that's the whole goal with a lot of them, y'all, is to help them become more independent. So I'm gonna get ready to get off because my son and them just came over. So I'm gonna get ready to get off here and go holler at them for a few. But I don't know what else to tell y'all. Um, I know I'm gonna have to make some phone calls, and I've been looking at apartment complexes just to be able to help the ones that's in the building down at 908 to be able to get them into permanent housing. And to be honest with you, a lot of them not ready yet. They're not ready. They're not ready. And that's the whole thing with what she's talking about doing as far as evicting them. Some of them are not financially ready. But I need to, on a personal note, get my butt back down there. I backed up, y'all, because it was too much chaos and confusion coming. And a few of the people that I call myself doing some work with, like you, Miss Lady, I thought we was coming together on the business tip, and I found out a few of y'all came together and started stabbing me in my back. I didn't think it would happen because it's business. And as long as you stick to what you good at and you stick to what you good at, see, we can work together because we're going to bring it together, right? It's like that puzzle. And you bring your own piece, you bring your profession, you know what I mean? And we just build on this. And that's what I thought me and several people was doing. Harry Mead, I'm gonna mention your name too, bro, because one, you the one that suggested that I build this team of business people, and I did. You the one act like you forgot what you suggested. So, hey, you don't turn around and use people that working for us, employee-wise, right, or volunteering, and that's what you call your team in that sense. No, because a lot of them, they don't know what to do LLC wise. They don't know what to do business wise. So they're there to volunteer and support you. So basically, in other words, they're like employees, but the volunteer ones. So you the ones. And that's why I had to back up, y'all. That's why I had to back up because it was a lot that was starting to happen where I'm used to doing things one way. And I already know when I backed up, the owner of that building said to somebody else that told me, he said, when Steve was here, it wasn't nothing like that. That building was known as the Animal House for a lot of y'all in Baltimore City. I was trying to throw that stigma away. From what I understand, a lot of the stuff, once I stepped up in bringing structure, I heard they practicing certain things again. So my goal is to remove the ones that I know not a part of the bull crap. And this what happens, business people, when you call yourself working together and you want to step in and try to dictate and run somebody else's stuff. And I know where I stand at. So you can talk about me all you want. You can mock me all you want. You can do whatever you want. But I can tell you one thing, anybody that want to know anything about Steve Copeland, you can always ask me. If you rather believe the lies and the hype, then that's fine. It's just where you at. You rather for somebody to lie to you and manipulate you, and you trust that. You trust that. But if you want to know the truth about anything or anybody, you go talk to them yourself. Or if you don't, say like if they might say certain things. But if you're not sure, find out for yourself. My life is an open book. I might be caught up in certain things, right? Destructive. I might be caught up, and I might not tell you right then and there until I'm ready to let it go. By the time I'm ready to let it go, that means I done got beat down with it. So now it's time for me to move on. So I might have to start talking about it. And when I talk about certain things, that's to relieve that pressure so that I can gain control over whatever it is and not continuing practicing that behavior. And now that I'm a little bit older, a lot of the stuff I did as a child, and I'm talking about as an adult who might have practiced childish behaviors, and I will, but I don't care to do a lot of that bull crap. Talk to me. But if you rather believe the lies, the hypes, and all that type of stuff, then do what you gotta do. I don't want people lying to me, come lying to me about other people, and yeah, well, shush. If that's what you want to do, if that's what you believe in, that's fine. They taking you for a jerk. They're taking you for a jerk. I'd rather understand the truth for myself. I'd rather see things with my own two eyes. You know what I mean? Than to just go off of other people's stuff. But a lot of y'all, this is how y'all deal with life. My thing is, why you gotta lie to me and manipulate me or play games about somebody else's life? I guess that's the white man's fault too, right? I guess that's the white man's fault. And y'all, and I hear a lot of y'all on TikTok talking about creating our own island and all this stuff. We can't even get along as it is. We can't even get along. Our own worst enemies. I be listening to this something. I'm like, listen to this bull crap. All right, family, let me get on down. I know they like, there you go. There you go. You should have checked my live out when you was on your way. But I do love y'all. I'm not feeling like this. And when I say I'm not feeling like this, y'all, I'm talking about we got people once again that has to be moved on. And some of the people that I allow in my life, y'all, I thought we was like this. I thought we had, you know, I thought we had. And that's the thing that disappointed me a lot. I done met some great people in my mind, right? And we started doing some great stuff. And next thing I know, it went, fell apart. Y'all need to stop that. Keep your bull crap to yourself. Keep your bull crap. Yup. Sheep and clothing. Keep your bull crap to yourself. And I explained this. I will explain this to anybody I talk to, because number one, I used to be in the game. All right. I used to be in the game. So I understand for some of us, we still carry that same mentality. And I'm just being straightforward with you. Whenever you hear me say, if your goal is to rob Peter to pay Paul, I am talking about to rob and steal and take from our homeless and less fortunate people, or the less fortunate people, to fatten up your pockets. Stay the hell away from me. Am I wrong for saying it? Only reason why I'm saying it, because if you got some crooked bull junk going on with you, keep it to yourself. Keep it over there. I'm not for it. I live that life. I'm no different than anybody. Yeah, I want to make money. But not off the pain and misery of our people. And sometimes that thing might come across my head, boy, that's a good idea. Steal and take from them like everybody else. I'm like, no. And I'm telling y'all, and I understand it's a part of business. I do. It's a part of business. It's part of the game. It's, hey, hey. But I just want to say not here. All right. And look at what's happening to me now. Community activist, human rights advocate, homeless advocate. I'm just a human being, right? That want to see the best for the people. Mainly the ones that need our help the most. Y'all make me out to be the worst criminal in Baltimore City. My friend Tashawn, when I was talking to her today, she said, Steve, um, they came for Malcolm X too, and blah, blah, blah. Sometimes I forget when you go against the grain. When I was listening to them Timeless, I was listening to them talking about what's your name and them letting Martin Luther King go out on the balcony. I said, let me tell you something, and I can tell you this personally myself. When you speaking against the grain, you don't know who. That things can happen to you, right? For you to lose your life. You already know it because you speaking against the norm, but you really don't expect to be taken down. Already know. I already know. And me saying that, I can't blame a lot of y'all because I'm out on the line and I do this. And then when I look back at Martin Luther King, when I look back at people that spoke out like that, that's why I realize a lot of y'all talk a good game. You talk a good game, but you scared to actually be on do the footwork. Because I'm telling you, boy, that's challenging. It's challenging. Do you think I want to sit up here from time to time knowing how certain things is happening? I'm I'm laughing, right? Because I'm thinking about our politicians. I'm thinking about our politicians and even down with some of the police and a lot of them. I'm stuttering, right? Because be honest, if I'm not gonna be around you if I know you the type of person that's doing some crutball bullshit, even you police, because you're no different than us. Just because you got that badge on and all this on you, and then now you Superman. And the reason why I said this, y'all, my son plays soccer. A lot of the soccer son, now most of them are white kids. Fathers with polices, they are polices. When they not in uniform, we laugh, we kid, we joke. But when they in uniform, it's like something changed. And it's something I'm telling y'all. If you meet an officer that's not in uniform, that's basically in the community on the street, stuff like that, total different human being. And the moment you see them strapped up, all that, it's like a certain role they had to play. I said, oh my God. And you know what? If I remember, I'm a ask a police why. I'm gonna ask them why. And it might be, for protection too. But I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. But the point I'm trying to get to with that, you are a human being too. So when you sit back and you out there and say like you out there, you taking advantage of the young guys and you call yourself wanting to hurt them and stuff like that, do you realize if somebody want to be nasty and mean and they know what district you work at, they can follow you home, scope you out? your family too. Karma can be a bitch in certain occasions. I mean, certain situations. A lot of y'all forget that, don't you? When you sit back, you put a people in, you put a person in the paddy wagon, right? He in handcuffs. But then you turn around. For some reason, he's shackled now. How that happen? Huh? Oh, y'all afraid to ask that one, aren't you? What happened to the young man not too long ago? What happened to Freddie Gray? When they first put him in the van, he was handcuffed. He was limping, right? Next thing you know, you see him putting him back in the van. But this time he's shackled. What happened in between that? How did the damn police car catch up with the van to put him back into, to put him, in shackles and then put him back into the van? How did the police car catch up with that? Well, sometimes they follow him over to the police station, this and that. I said they was on fucking bikes. How did the bikes catch up with him? Y'all don't pay attention. And I said that to be smart at the time. How did the lieutenant and them catch up with him? The van then drove off. So next thing you know, you see the lieutenant and this other guy hog-tied Freddie Gray, carrying him over to put him back in the van. See, y'all don't pay attention to nothing. Or you do. You just shut your mouth to let them do it to the next and the next and the next of our own people. That's why some had to learn to shut up. I'm watching Suda, the video. He peeping behind the van. Right? Officer off duty, man down. Want me to say it again? Officer off duty, man down. Why would an officer be off duty call for help? Because of one of his partners. Ooh. Down. Why would an officer say man? Or officer, I'm sorry, officer off duty, man down. Fox 45 News recorded that. Nobody ever paid attention, did you? His partner didn't even come in that day. I went down there and took a real good look at that earth. From the store where the camera was at, up to where he was at. Back then. I was talking about all this earlier, years ago, when all this happened. Because what I started learning, a lot of us have our own comfort zone where we'll talk about certain things, but it's like we'll stay right in here. And what I have a tendency of doing, we right in that comfort zone, but I have a tendency of stepping across that line. I told the guy the other day, I said, as a community, make sure I say it right, activists, with Communities United, as a person with Community United, organizer, volunteer, I said the only reason why I didn't become a paid organizer. Watch it fly right over your head. Because they give you a script to read off on. Because when you pay, you can only go but so far. I'm not a paid organizer, so I step across certain things. And that's what my director of Communities United kept getting upset with me about. Because I wouldn't follow certain, we need you to speak from this right here. It's like, learn your role, learn your script. Because I'm paid. And they fix a script where they want you to cater to the community or whatever area you're in. It's like they write down what they want you to say that might appeal to the crowd. That's not how I roll. Even when, which a lot of y'all didn't know, Kim Klacik, I was the one that helped her too in her campaign when she was running for Congress. And we used to write her scripts. We would sit down and a group of us, and we would talk about, like, mainly in the inner city community, the things to say that will appeal to the people. Right? Then if you in the more conservative areas, you know what to say to them point blank. Mainly if you already lived that type of life, you already know where their mindset, their hearts is at, stuff like that. So you share accordingly. That's how I begin to understand the bull crap with the politics. Why are you sending me this again? So I'm only sharing from what I learned. So when people talk that Gucci stuff, you got to know what they can do and what they can't do. You got to know the difference between, when it comes to, I'm going to say, legislations, policies, getting the law passed, what the president position is. Do he create any laws? Do he create any bills? What time do they have? How much time do they have to write policies out? Legislations. Would president have that time? They don't do it. They either sign or veto it. Y'all, like I said a little bit earlier, y'all the ones giving people credit for certain things that they didn't even create. You got to understand where it's coming from. Who blocking certain things. I watch how Trump was promoting, if you do this, if you do that, if I get in, I'm going to sign it. I'll sign it for you. I watched him bait the people. I watched Congress and them. I watched him. And I watched how Carmela just wasn't carrying it right. I watched it. God, she wasn't really saying what the people needed to hear. Y'all, we took it because she was basically mixed, right? But I was listening. I'm like, oh my God, look at this. And then when Elon Musk came in, I knew what it was right then. I was like, bam, that was it. And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of y'all knew too. A lot of y'all knew. I knew that was a done deal right then and there. So might as well wait, Steve. See what like other people that I deal with, we wait until the laws, whatever laws they create, If it benefits the people, it's us that has to come up with the programs to help the people live accordingly still, either way it goes. If it's a bill that tends to destroy the community, we have to come up with ways and means for you to still do the right thing so you won't get punished accordingly. You get me? Because they don't do that. If they create bills, they create laws. And if you break the law, you know, real simple. That's like any crime. You break the law, you go to prison. Some people like myself, if I just look too hard, I want to tell I'm bait so bad when I see them. Man, what you got something against me? You in your office. You know why? Because the court thing I go to on the 16th, the court thing I go to with this little young lady about her $400. And I guarantee you they ain't gonna talk nothing about that. I guarantee you they will not talk about. And I made sure I took the video down. I'm sitting in the area, right? My office right here. I'm sitting right here. She called me first, talking about she want her money, blah, 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 blah. I didn't have the money right then and there. I never told her I wasn't gonna give her the money. She was the one talking about, I want it now, blah, blah, blah. I'm coming to get it, and I want it now. My staff was sitting right there. My staff was right there. When she came in, she sat right there. I'm sitting over here at the desk. She sat at Wanda's desk. I'm sitting right here. She sat right there. Phyllis right here. Tashawn right here. And Jamal right there. So she's on the phone, but she's talking about her money. I was just glad the girl was okay because she called me about abusive, asked me, do I help women that's being abused? I said, sure. Right? And I even told my male staff to protect her once she came in and everything to watch out for her. Why she bring her abusive husband to the program too? I guarantee you they won't talk about that. Why would you bring your husband to the program? So she over there on speech, she on the phone. You can hear a male's voice. Now all of us sitting right there, one just Sean and us were talking about that today. We talking about that today, right? So now you are escaping, you trying to escape an abusive uh, uh, from your husband. So all of a sudden now I'm going to court the 16th. But guess what? I don't know who for. Now you trying to say on the video that I assaulted the man that you was running from, your husband, and you. But you seeked out to me for help. And then you come here, I'm going to assault you, and then I'm going to assault your husband. So I don't have the paperwork. I don't have nothing. I just had to get my daughter to look up the case information. So when I show up, I just want to know what I did. There go my staff there. There go my staff there. There go my staff here. So, well, she's right here. And you jetted in my office, which I got the picture of it. I said, God had me say this for a reason, right? But the reason why I'm saying all of this, because when I looked on the paperwork, it says the state attorney's office is defending her. Like, what the fuck? For what? So I'm just showing y'all how the system, how. So I'm gonna do what I do. Look nice. I'm gonna sit there, let her run off of the mouth if she show up, and I'm gonna let her run off of the mouth. And when the judge asks me, Mr. Copeland, you got something you want to say? I'm gonna make it clear to her. What I do, business wise. I'm gonna make it clear to her that she reached out to me because she was trying to escape. You know, the freak I look like. I'm 63 years old. And I guarantee you, she looked like she's probably like 30, might be a little bit younger, 30, 35, somewhere along that line. I know he probably no more than 40. So I supposed to have assaulted her and her husband. 63 years old. So I'm waiting. Because I want to see what the prosecuting them got to say. I'm Bates, bro. When I see you, bro. When I see you, bro. I'm tell you, bro. And you know me. And my thing is, somebody told me that they had to run this stuff across him before they do do what they do. So I don't know how true that is. This was somebody over the prison told me during the 11 months I was there. You know what I do around Baltimore City. I used to call you to come out and speak at some of the community events that I had when you ran the first time. And the reason why I'm saying that, because you got people that can commit heinous crimes that y'all will send right back out to do it again. And you know that's not me. And I so happened, I was on my way to sleep, and I happened to pull it back up, and I happened to read the paper stuff, right? I mean, and I had to, damn, my daughter, no, I downloaded it. I finally went on K-Search, and I downloaded it, right? And it says the state's attorney office is representing her. For what? I can't really wait for somebody that reached out to the housing program to see, do I help women that's being abused? Yes. Then you jetted in my office. You ran past. I thought you was leaving out the building. But you got up, young lady. You went that way and you jetted in my office. My staff do not go in my office without asking if it's okay. And you ran past them right into my freaking office in my folders. I got a picture of it. And I happened to record it. And I didn't understand. I'm like, how the heck this happened? But it was for a reason for me to take a picture of this young lady in my office, going through my folders with other people's names on it. I had to go and take the people paperwork out of my office space, right? Now, people that I have, did she have when she look at this. Now, anytime it has this on it, watch this. This is her name. I don't have it. She took the folder. But anytime I have two of these on my thing, let me show y'all what it says. When I bring you in and I do a folder of you, the ones that's staying in the transitional house, I just do one. The one that's going to be transformed into an apartment or a house, I'll put this there. Because the goal is to get you in, get you out. I don't do leases. She come talking about this a lease. I said, no, it ain't. No, it ain't. Because there's no guarantee you're going to stay. She was up there when she came in. She in my office space going through this to find her name and stuff. And this was there too. Other people information. So I snatched the folders out her hand. Because number one, you had no business jetting in my office. This is private information right here. Look, I got their names, apartment or house. Apartment or house. So that way I had to categorize it who, these are the ones, right, that's in the housing part. Look at these folders I got. These the ones, these are some that this is one. These are the folders. I'm going to sock it to your butt. Because I think y'all set me up, I'm Bates. I do. I think y'all set me up because I run off in my mouth. But these are empty ones. These are the empty ones. These don't have this. The only thing. This is an intake form. This is what I have you to fill out, right? So that way I know whether you got bipolar, schizophrenic, stuff like that. I ask you questions. This is not a goddamn lease. It's an intake form. So you put your name, your number, your kids, and it asks you about you know your do you have a criminal background, stuff like that, right? Because I want to know the individual. So that way I know who I'm dealing with. That's all I'm trying to get to. So 9 times out of 10, and I hope you're looking at it, whoever the prosecutor is, because I know y'all be following me. Yup, these are my empty ones that I had created. But now, you screwed up, baby. It wasn't me. I don't know why y'all be doing that. It was not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. So I'm talking with my daughter now. Mind y'all, my daughter works in a law firm, and she like, Dad, why you gotta go back down there again? So I was telling my daughter, what happened? Now this is my office, right? This is my office. I'm telling my daughter what happened. She was like, dang. As much as I be trying to help people, y'all, people just and see, to me, I don't know if it's a setup, but check this out. Now, this is the area as you come through the door, through the front door of the office, right? Y'all can't see it, but she was sitting right here in this chair. I'm back here because I'm sitting at Wanda's desk. And I always sit in the, let me make sure, yeah. See the other green chair back with the desk? That right there, that's the desk for the secretary. So this is the desk that Tashawn sits at. That's the desk that Wanda sits at, right? Where I'm sitting at. All the way back there with the chair because I'm not in my office, right? Now, she's sitting right. I'm up front. I'm up front with the desk at. The young lady sitting right here. You can't see it, but let's not bring it up. She's sitting here. And I didn't realize, right? I didn't realize, check it out, because I'm tripping. I didn't realize y'all can't see her feet and everything, right? But it's the lady sitting right here. That's Phyllis. Phyllis always sit right there. So whenever client come in the office to talk with me, and this is the their office space. Whenever client come in, Phyllis always in that chair next to the bathroom. So the young lady was sitting close to me, but knowing that she was okay, I never told her I wasn't gonna give her the money. I was just glad she was okay, right? So I had to download this so when I go to court on the 16th, I'm gonna say, Your Honor, can I show you this? Can I show you that? That's if we go that far. That's if we go that far. Stop freaking trying to lie on me, people. I just want to make this clear to you. Make sure your butt is covered when it comes to me. Because y'all sit up here and y'all will go downtown, file paperwork on me, and I got to find out through Devin my court dates and stuff. Now, the thing is, when you know you don't do nothing wrong, and that's something I want to bring to their attention too, which I know they don't because I said it before. A lot of times they don't, when the person go downtown and file charges on you, they don't know whether they telling the truth or not. And they're not lying. That's what the police did with me. They ain't lying. So they call false charges. That's what the Eastern District Police Department did to me. And that's what this young lady, come on, you. So my thing is, because I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting tired of people. When I call myself helping our people, why you want to make me out to be your problem? Why do you want to make me out to be your problem when I'm trying to help you? So be honest, like I told Tashawn, to be honest, I said, I don't know if they setting me up or what, the police department. Because y'all set me up 2 years ago, so I don't know if y'all did it again. I said to Sean, I said, this is scaring the shit out of me. Because of what's happening down at this building, Ivan Bates, State's Attorney Ivan Bates, it remind me too much of what these police did to me a couple of years ago. It seemed like things was repeating itself again. Why the fuck y'all gotta keep coming for me? When the only thing I'm doing is trying to help people put their lives together. Now, this is the office space that I'm sitting in where my secretary, well, where my staff members are normally at. I'm sitting at the desk Wanda be sitting in. I'm sick and tired. It seems like I'm just fighting to be fighting. And I'm sharing this with my daughter, right? This is my office. I normally don't sit in here unless it's something I got to do on my laptop. And she gonna jet and go into my freaking office. And I don't mean to show her like that, but she's in the office with my paper folders in her hand. Why? Why? Look, Dr. K, why? You gonna go into my personal office. And then your husband gonna jump up in there too? You better make sure you tell him right, sis. The point is, I gotta go through this bull jump. And I had to download this because I know I can tell you certain things, but then I got the proof of what I'm telling you. Keep trying me. My goal is not to hurt nobody, and you want to make me out to be a monster? And then this young lady came on my talk show page. I'm sitting in a court for somebody in a domestic area on top of that. I don't even know this lady. I'm sitting in the courtroom and I realized everybody that was in the courtroom was in there because of domestic case. I'm like, huh? So they moved us to another room. Because it was people in there who, you know, was getting like stuff, what is that called? Like fixing it where they in domestic cases, so they getting them paperwork, the orders to keep them away. Man, this woman ain't in a relationship like that. So they realized what they did. They fucked up. So they sent me to another space. I bust out laughing. Because it's domestic. So guess what? When we went to the other courtroom, I ain't even had to open up my mouth. Once she began to tell what was what. And the judge was more like, well, how long have y'all been knowing each other? I think she said about 3 times. I said, John only met her twice. The first time she gave me her money and the second time when she wanted her money. So the judge was asking, well, Mr. Copeland, did you have anything you want to say? I said, no. That's one when you know you ain't do a damn thing wrong. But it's just how y'all want to take me through stuff, people. You screwing yourself. But I understand, and I'm just saying this, because of the little stuff you do. When you got people like the prosecutor, you could be innocent as shit. And that's what I started seeing. You can be innocent and they will find a reason to screw you anyway. Because that's what they did with those 17 charges. And they're going to sit back and say, Mr. Copeland, we know you didn't do this. We know you didn't do that. We know you didn't do this. We know you didn't do that. But you are guilty by association. And I looked over at the freaking prosecutor and I wanted to tell her, so is your boss. And so is the mayor, because they know me. You want to play that guilty by association? But I had to shut my mouth because I know how I am. And you will take me the wrong way when I stand up and I represent myself.
Oh, he too ignorant. Oh, he sick. Oh, he crazy. Oh, he this.
Oh, he that. Yeah, when you know you ain't do nothing wrong.
Oh, thank you, Honor. Bye, okay?
You do it. You do it. But when you know you ain't do nothing wrong, and I shut my damn mouth because I'm like, I ain't done. Sometimes in my case, be honest, what I had to learn when to say something and when to shut the book up. I'm telling you, because I know me. And when it comes to me speaking out, I will come for you. Eat into your egg. And that's why I had to learn. Nothing, I'm Dr. K, I'm just talking. And that's why I had to learn to shut my mouth some. Because the truth can also send you to prison when you're dealing with the system. And when I say your truth, right, about you being honest about, your life and who you are and whatever, they will use it against you. It must be cold out there. Oh, Dr. K. Dr. K. Ain't nothing. I'm just talking. Y'all know how passionate I can get. And people tend to take it, oh, he can't. Your mama. No, it's just the stupid. Wait a minute. It's the stupid, dumb stuff that some of us go through when you a fighter, when you are a warrior. And then people be like, oh, don't let this way, you don't let that way. And I sit back and watch them go through the same things. I be like, oh, wasn't it you last month that said don't? I don't say it. I don't tell you that. But I remember when you tried to tell me, oh, don't let this worry you. Don't let that. Oh, but you're complaining. You're going through certain things. That's why I try not to. That's why I try. Whatever you going through, go through it. My thing is just don't do nothing that will cause you to like go to prison or something like that, right? That's what I try to tell people. I'm a voice. I am a voice. I speak out for a living. That's what I tell people. That's what I tell people, right? I thought that was Dr. K that said that, Anna. Um, Wait a minute. I thought that was Dr. K. But I'm a voice. And because of what I do, I'm targeted. That's what I told my man, right? He said, man, we gotta meet up. We got this. And I said, yeah, we gotta meet up. We gotta meet up. Because see, I already know, and I'm gonna share this with y'all. If you got a big mouth like me, if you got a big mouth like me, and you speak against the truth, I mean against you know what's going on, and you speak out, I know you're gonna become a target. I know you is. My thing is you ready for it? But see, they was able to attack me, like I said, because I was basically by myself. A lot of the people that I thought that had my back, and I'm talking about non-profit organizations that I did rallies with, that I did protests with, and y'all watch what I went through. But I realized a lot of y'all was getting paid. That's why you backed the freak out. I don't want to be a sellout like that. I do not want to be a sellout like that. I do not. And I'm telling you, I watch y'all. Y'all think I'm lying? My battery over here. Am I back up? I just dropped down because I got 16% left on my restream. I ain't the only one. I'm telling you, I'm not. I watch a lot of people that do some great, like I said, an amazing work, and I can tell you straight right now, they gonna come for you. That's why we gotta come together. You can sit up here and preach Jesus. You can play that religious role. You can do what you want. But when you really represent the truth, when you really represent the truth, and I can tell you personally, I know how you're going to come under attack if you don't surround yourself with other people and believers like yourself. I already know. I already know. I say so many people want to be like Christ, but they don't want to become unalive like Christ. So you talk that Gucci stuff to somebody else. But let me see, because my man, and when I told him, I said, man, I can't wait to meet you because I see what he do, and not only him, it's not letting me pull up what I'm looking for. Not only him, it's another guy that does some. It's people period. Because I've been meeting for the last. I've been meeting a lot. I've been meeting some great warriors. Sam, Sam then turned the church into a little town hall. Oh man, that looked beautiful. Now, Donnie Glover, this my man, Donnie my man. This Baltimore news, right? But Donnie my man, and I watched how he went through a lot too, as far as standing up for the people. That's why I said a lot of y'all talk a good game, and it's not. Please, it's not to knock you. It's just be about it, about it, about it, about it, about it. I watch a lot of y'all, man, and y'all just. But you stuck on the word, which is okay. You stuck on, well, the Lord said, and the Lord does, and the Lord lied, and that's fine. It's fine, because I understand that's where He called you at. If they were illegal, they would. Um, what you mean, Larry? You said if they was illegal, they would. What? You never finished it. Now I'm trying to look for this. This look, man. And see, this what gets me with what I'm stuttering, right? Because certain people. that I hear myself. I see myself, right? The big bald head black, big, the big mouth bald head black dude. I hear it. I see it there with them. And I'm like, ooh, do you know you're going to get yourself in trouble? But now, these two brothers on Be More News, they've been posting some amazing stuff on Be More News. Right? And I already know what they're about. I already know. That's why I be to myself, y'all don't realize they don't come for your head. But see, that's they'll come for you when you don't have that support system. Like people that believe in what you believe. That's why I can say certain things out my mouth on TikTok, right? Not TikTok, but on my restream. I can say certain things, and the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I got some brothers that support me. I hear it from them too. I read it in their comments. And the goal, because now I know that I have people that standing firm, we can hook up. And I told my brother, I said, man, I can't wait. I can't wait to meet you. Right? I can't wait to meet you because I'm hearing me. And because I have a little bit more experience here, mainly with the system coming against you. That's all I'm saying. Like I told my director, I said, the next time y'all want somebody to speak out about people being falsely accused of stuff and being arrested, I said, I have no problem in speaking out. Ask Mackenzie Frost. I reached out to Mackenzie Frost way before they arrested me. Isabel Cummings. Ivan Bates. Well, I didn't talk with Ivan Bates straight out. But I told Brandon Scott March 11th, 2023, I said, Brandon Scott, I need to talk to you. I'm having a problem with the Eastern District Police Department. Coming for me. March the 12th, I was gone. I went down Commissioner Harris. I went down there to talk with Commissioner Harris to tell him about the issues I was having with the Eastern District Police Department. I had to make an appointment to see him. So I called. And this was right about the third time when I went, I called, right, eventually, and to leave a message for him to call me. And the lady said, what's your name? Who do you want me to tell him to call? I said, tell him the big mouth, bald head, black dude. And she bust out laughing. I said, he'll know who I am. I said, he'll know. Just tell him the big mouth, bald head, black dude. Y'all gave me that name. Because that was y'all way of talking bad about me. Baltimore City. Y'all gave me that name. So I said, if that's the way y'all look at me, then I'm going to go ahead and embrace the name. Because I had to flip it towards something positive. Because I understand how some of us are afraid to stand up for what is right. Come on, because I know it should be on here. Because of the conversation, Ori Shabazz. This is one of the brothers that speak my language. I'm trying to look at the other one. And we all supposed to come together and we're going to do a talk show on this. Ty. Ty is another one. They call him the governor of Sandtown. And Amy Middleton used to be a police, right? So she's very familiar with like the stuff that's going on in the inner city. But now she's the director of, I'm gonna call her director, but she's part of the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army of Central Maryland, they are the ones that's coming down at the 12, down at the old William Penderhughes elementary school. But they bringing the wraparound services, plus they're going to build the extra building to it for our youth to have basketball and all of that in there. We've been talking about, but what I love about Amy, and I'm saying this, because she's very active in the community. I'm talking about work-wise, she's very familiar with Baltimore City. White woman, right? Hey, Kenny, what's up, bro? I heard about you, Kenny. Don't duck now. Don't duck. I heard the video, bro. He linked on Brandon Scott the other day. They told me he told Brandon Scott a new honey hole. But Amy, she speaks my language too. Amy knows just about everybody. This is a white woman. She even look. I mentioned something about 908 that used to be considered as the animal house. She said she used to. That was her area at one point. She very familiar with that. The reason why I'm saying this, because God has started putting people in my life, y'all, that understands the journey, that has my back, or we have each other's back. You get me? Ty, Tracy, Junebug, and it's Sandtown, Winchester. So I'm just letting y'all know, and I'm saying their names, because these are the people that I've been affiliating with for the last month or so. And it's these people already knows what needs to be done. Amy, and a couple of years ago, the Salvation Army took over the facility, and they coming in. They applied for this $30 million grant, so they're actually coming in September. So now they've been approved for the grant. So Tracy, Ty, Junebug, these are communities activists or directors and stuff like that. So they really involved with a lot of building back up near Uptons and Sandtown, Winchester. What I'm looking at is Penn North on down. Okay? I'm looking at Penn North on down. Where they had the overdose thing at. So I'm looking at us. And let me say this. We might not stop a lot of what's happening. We might not stop completely, because it is what it is. You know what I mean? But we can slow a lot of it down. Certain things around in Baltimore City, I know we're not going to make like a complete stop, because it's life. You know. But a lot of the stuff, we can slow it down. Even though we have certain organizations and businesses that's coming in the community, they only over there for what happened for right now with the overdose thing. Give them about a week or so. They ain't gonna be around no more. So what's gonna happen from there? We got to continue moving it. We got to continue covering it. But the thing is, when I stood, and I'm saying this because I'm looking at my restream, right? If this cut off, I'm gonna have to cut on my other my iPhone. I was standing over there with the young guys that be out there, uh, smoking their weed, stuff like that, right? The ones that was standing over there doing what they do, they wasn't the one brought their package down there. They had nothing to do with that. And the reason why I'm telling y'all that, because these are more like your ones that just, chilling. Even though they something, but I'm looking at them, and then I'm looking at the drug smacks. I gotta watch this. I'm looking at the ones that have been using for years. You get me? The ones that's been using for years. The ones that's been using for years, who used to be healthy and strong, and now those are the ones that mainly took whatever and was going out. Not your younger ones that, don't get in that sense. Highlight that. Catch what I'm saying. So I'm standing there with Shayna and them. Now, I'm OG. Understand, I'm standing there, making myself known. So Shayna said something about these your people right here, as far as, teaching them and helping them and everything, right? So I got that part, because that was the point of standing there, because I'm OG, right? Just to let them know, old school here too, for y'all. All right, then you got your ones that's not now doing what they do. Those are the ones that basically did what they did and was going out. You got to understand the difference. Because I come from that life and I'm there, the first thing you do, you try to look at, well, what can we do to better help them over here? And then you got the ones that actually need the programs, the recovery process of it. Those was a lot of the ones that went down. And believe me, a lot of them have several years of being in, as far as using smugs. Because I ran across some people I basically grew through this process with, grew up, just caught up. I remember you. I know you do. I remember you. But a lot of people don't know how to work with the crowd. They don't know how to work with the people. And when I say that, I'm talking about like intervention programs. And I realized those that came out because of the overdose thing, a lot of them I know from the 12-step program too, but a lot of them that came out, that's their profession now. Addiction counselors, stuff like that, right? That's their profession. But a lot of them that came out, they're not out there like that all the time. And I hope I'm not confusing nobody, because my thing is Tuesdays and Thursdays, Penn North is open. Now I found out Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. So basically what I'm going to start doing, Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays, I'm going to start going back over there. Because sometimes they need to hear that we have programs out there that can better help you turn your life around, that can better help you be more productive. But you might have one of them programs that come out that get government funding just for that one day and make you think they're doing the best job, or they've been doing it for years right there. Nah. Y'all play that with somebody else. And I'm just observing. I'm just looking at observing. So, what I say, once again, my goal wasn't to be on that long. And I came on. And I've been on here now for almost 4 hours. And I'm not gonna beg y'all. If you feel like you want to sit back and try to create bull jump to make me look bad around Baltimore City, and I tell people, Google me. If you want to know who I am, you can Google my name, Steve Copeland Senior. You can Google strengthen the community, the Latanya D. Copeland House of Hope. It will tell you all about me. It will tell you about the other pages that I have. It will, basically that's me promoting the services that I do around in Baltimore City. It's not going to tell you that he robs and he steals and he take people money. That's not what my housing program is about. Okay. So whenever you say, because it was said that I didn't pay you, Miss Lady, with their money. Why is my box truck still sitting in that backyard, bro? Why don't I have a window in it? Because believe me, some of those $600 I could have went on and got a window put in. I might need batteries again. Already went and brought my ignition switch because the guy lost the thing for it. But I'm not paying you the money that they giving me. I got the receipt booklets for that too. Because I know if I don't pay you, they won't have nowhere to stay. So what do I look like not paying you? You see how people create little bull junk about me? My own people. It's not the white man. For some of y'all on TikTok, the white man is the white man. Ain't the white man. Okay. Now I can tell you about the two that set me up. And guess what? You still won't hear me to a degree. The white man this and the white man that. I just ran across some jerks. That's why I have no problem. And I want to talk to the human being. What made you, why did you feel like you need to do this to me, bro? When me and you would sit down and talk about, I'm talking about the police officer, leaving a legacy behind for our children. And you set up these false charges to hide me away. That's what they did. I have not had a chance yet. And I know one day it might come to tell a judge who I am, what I do, and all that great stuff. But it might come my way by lawsuit, suing Baltimore City and the Eastern District Police Department for what they did. That's all you gotta do is go pull up my page. And I understand people can portray a role as far as they can play a role, but then turn around and do the opposite. I understand it. That ain't me. That ain't me. I'm telling you about me. Now I want y'all. I want you, anybody that can outright just prove to somebody that I either stole or took from them without you trying to be fake and phony. Can't do it. You cannot do it. It ain't one person out there that can prove in any way that if you gave me money, I didn't do the right things in helping you. Or that I deliberately just robbed and took from you. None of y'all can do that. I want you to prove it. Since y'all like spreading rumors, prove it. And guess what? The same way some of y'all, I'm on a show, my restream. If you and I are not Facebook friends, you and I are not connected in that way, I don't deal with you in that sense. Why are you coming up on my stuff? And then, if I say this is Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation, and I'm explaining it to you that I restream to it's supposed to be 8 platforms, but I do 6 over here, 7 right here on TikTok, and I was trying to implement Instagram. And not only that, LinkedIn, I'm on other pages, don't get it wrong, period, that does lives that have nothing to do with my actual package. I can sit up here and that's all you got to do is pull it up, the couch, the Couch Talk Show. But when you pull it up, you're going to have to put Steve Copeland in. Because if you pull up the Couch Talk Show, it's going to pull up a lot of other talk shows too. But then you have to be specific with my name. So people can watch my stuff. I'm trying to see what's the difference, and I probably search it up later, between the podcast, and actually my restream, because it's a live stream network. And the goal is to implement TV with it as well. But see, I've been doing all this stuff by myself, and I'm not familiar with a lot of this stuff, so I'm trying to, play around with it on my own. My goal is just trying to get the business out as far as what we're doing in Baltimore City to try to better our city. And thank God we're not considered as one of the worst cities you want to visit again. We offer that list, period. I've done research on all that just to see where we at. And everybody want to praise Brandon Scott and all of them. No, it's not Brandon Scott and all of them. It's the people that's not committing to stuff, that's out there acting the way they was at first. Because they're not the ones that's actually not doing it. It takes the individual not to practice certain behaviors. But guess who they giving the credit to? It's encouraging and motivating the individuals to not continue that type of behavior. The sad part about it, yes, some of them might have to go to prison. It is what it is. You commit the crime, you do the time. It is what it is. So I love y'all, and I'm gonna end this right here. I'm gonna end this, and I love y'all. The 16th, I got to go down to the Hargrove Court. What the heck is a Hargrove? So actually, I had to call down to the Hargrove Court District. That's down at the 700 Patapsco Avenue. I got to go down to the Patapsco Avenue. I don't even have the charge papers because the papers went to 908. So I don't have the papers. I don't know who I supposed assaulted the girl, her husband, because I don't have the paperwork. So I will be stepping in, allowing them to accuse me of something. I don't even know who the hell I'm supposed to have assaulted. If that's what it's all about. Matter of fact, that's what I think it's supposed to be about. See how screwed up the system can be for us? And really, I'm not impressed because I know I didn't do nothing wrong. So I'm going to politely sit down there and allow y'all to tell me what I did. Prosecutor, are you sure? That's why I'm not even worried about it, because it's a difference when you actually done something and then you understand why. And when you don't know, when you know you didn't do anything, and be honest with you, I ain't worried about why. I just want you to tell me what I'm supposed to do. And that's all I'm gonna tell her. The judge had told me that I go to court, this she said in August. Am I saying it right? August. This not August, this July, right? So yeah, I gotta go to court in August too. I ain't know that till Devin told me. Because people going around doing charges on me, I don't even know. It was Devin that told me that I have a court date for August too, the 28th. And I got mad at Devin. I'm like, why you and I had to look it up and he wasn't lying. I had to call my daughter and have my daughter pull up that stuff. Because people running downtown. And my thing is, I'm gonna ask them, why do y'all allow people to do that? Because I feel like I'm being set up and they're using certain people to do it. So I am going to ask the judge, and I know because I said it before. Once they go downtown, they don't know whether they telling the truth or not. Thank you, because that's what the police did. But y'all sit up there and reason why certain things happening now, um, because of what I'm saying, and I'm glad this is on Twitter too, right? I'm glad it's on Twitter. And the reason why I'm saying I'm glad it's on Twitter, because Brandon Scott over there. The reason why I'm saying I'm glad it's on Twitter, Ivan Bates over there. And I can guarantee you somebody can bring it to their attention. I can guarantee you. I asked, uh, I was talking to Colonel Melvin Russell because he already knew what happened. He didn't know I had got locked up till when I came back home. But I asked him, was Commander, watch what I say, Thacker still over there at the Eastern District? Because when I went over there and I showed him and the captain a list of the officers' name and badge numbers, they took pictures of it. So they knew what I was going through before I got arrested. I ain't got to lie. What I'm alive for. See, y'all had a problem with that. I was the one, in y'all eyesight, I was the one breaking the laws. And I tell you every time, I'm a community activist. I'm a human rights advocate. I'm a I was reading something that just came down. I'm a community activist. I'm a human rights advocate. I'm a community organizer. I signed up with the ACLU, American Civil Liberty Union. Since I've been home, I called my director. That was the director of Community United. She told me somebody else is there now. This was a white lady, but she figured a black person can better understand the black issues. So she stepped back to allow a black director to come in. I haven't met him yet because I'm home. I'm home on home monitor at the time, so I haven't met them yet. But I haven't reached out to the board members of Community United to find out is they still doing what they doing, what they doing. Now, once again, the reason why I'm saying this because I know when you get paid, it's only so far you can go with your mouth. I already know. That's why I didn't become a paid organizer because I like stepping across lines. And I know some of y'all probably, I would have got the money and just learned to shut my mouth. Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You learning how to feed people safe information. And like I said, I want to get paid like anybody else. That one too, Devin. You learning to be Devin. Stop, Devin. God darn it. But look, I'm only saying this, y'all, because I know I can make money. Do not get it wrong. I can become the director of Community United myself if I want because of what I do. But I just don't want nobody to kind of like, well, you can't do this, or you got to watch this, or you got to watch that, because now we might can't get the funding right if I don't say things according to how the socialites might want it, or say the ones that's really doing all of how did Tashawn say today, the white supremacists. I said, guess what? They ain't all white. I said, they not all white. And the reason why I'm saying that they not all white, because we are looking at certain things, right? But you got to understand who runs who. That's why I said they not all white. And she was saying the supremacists. But then I'm gonna use the words that we always say: the have and the have-nots. And understand this: it's not always just the black people that's struggling and suffering. That's what y'all want to say because y'all overlooking everything. Well, we suffer the most. If you stand up for yourself and you focus on doing the right things for yourself, even though I'm telling y'all what happened to me, in a sense, I'm telling they ain't got no fucking power over me. And forgive my language. Rachel, I just seen you come up. But forgive my language. They don't, come on. You stand for something or you fall for anything. They gonna do what they can to keep you down. And this what a young guy told me over the prison, right? He yelled at me, and I said it before, y'all. He yelled at me, he said, Unc, when I got locked up, when I got arrested. He said, Unc, that was God's way of saving your life. And it hit me. He wasn't lying. Because it was several times I got police in front of me, right? And I couldn't make, y'all know how I get. And my behavior sometimes, like, he crazy, he didn't see that. No. I had to tell him, I'm reaching in my pocket to get my phone. Because the person I thought about, Devin, was Tyree Moore. I said, Steve, they're going to take you down. And the only thing I could think about what happened with Tyree. And I'm like, Steve, shut up. Shut your damn mouth. Shut up, Steve. I'm shaking like this. I got three fucking police in front of me, white police, and I'm like, Steve, please shut up, shut up, shut up, bro, shut up, shut up. I said, shut up. I had to tell myself, shut up. They waiting for you to do something stupid so they can take you down. Steve, please shut up. And if you never was presented with something like that, you won't get it. I had to beg myself to shut up. Tell myself, shut up, man. And I'm sitting up here right now, and I know the guy BJ that they took down, right? I know he had the pew pew and everything, and but still, it's a certain way you can do stuff, but you don't have to take nobody completely out like that. And that's why sometimes y'all get so sick and tired of hearing my own damn self. I'm trying to fight for us. Fighting for us. Fighting for us. I'm like, Steve, shut up. And I be telling myself, I can't keep doing this. I got children, I got daggone self. I got grandkids myself. Like Steve. Mm. It's like God won't let me stop. And I be wanting to turn my back, man. I'm telling you, I be wanting to turn my back and walk the other way. It's like I can't. And I be like, God, why you do this to me? This. I just thought about that, yo. Now I got three fucking white polices in front of me. Look, I ain't scared of a person walk this earth. I ain't scared of no fucking body. But that day, Devin, I was shaking like this. I went right to Twitter. I said, Brandon, this guy, y'all mother. Because I started feeling like, then again, let me back it up a little bit. Angela called me, and Angela says, Steve, they're shutting a lot of the community activists down. She said they shutting a lot of them down for running off of their mouth, fighting, doing what we do in the community. Now, mind you, I'm like, Brand, this guy never ain't letting nothing happen to me, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, the 12th hour's gone. But I don't think he had nothing to do with it. And I shared this a few times, right? But what I started realizing, when you stand up for what is right, and we could say righteousness if you want right. If you stand up for what is right, for some of us, that's a lonely freaking journey. And I had to ask myself from time to time, and I'm gonna get ready to go biblical on y'all too. When they arrested me, God took me back to the beginning, right? And I'm looking at Moses. I'm looking at a lot of our prophets, and he's bringing me up, and he's showing me that you walking in the footsteps of some great people. Everybody talk a good game, but they're afraid of the game. You know, I challenge any one of y'all when it come to that. And as I begin to travel through reading, right, and I'm looking at the apostles, and I'm looking at how they was arrested, how they lost their lives. And I didn't realize I was going through the same thing. I was like, oh my God. So I just want to say this to a lot of y'all that like to quote scripture, who likes to quote the Bible. Wait until you actually start experiencing this stuff and you live in it. So sometimes I had to ask myself, did they feel like this? Or did they feel like that? You know, I didn't know a lot of them had went homeless too. You know, because they out in the community, so they trying to help the people, embrace the people. And God was showing me a lot of them went through the same things you going through, Steve. I was like, God, I'm talking about the man. I'm talking about the human being. Because now things are becoming personal to me. Where a lot of y'all is good at quoting, you real good with that, but when you start experiencing it for yourself, it's like, God dang, did they feel like this? Did they feel like that? And then when you read about how some of them lost their lives, you know, in the sense of losing it, right? You just amazed. But they kept going forward. That was just personal, what I just shared with you. Now I can't share a lot about Malcolm X because I didn't, you know, follow him in that sense like that. But when it comes to Martin Luther King, and I'm gonna say the civil rights movement and stuff like that, and when I look at stuff today, because of what I do as a human rights advocate, um, as a community organizer, and I started looking up more information, y'all, because these are the things I want to help try to implement back into the community. Harm reduction in the community of color. Let me say it again. Harm reduction in the community of color. Safety in the war zone. So I started looking up some other topics that we can get into in the Penn North area. Right. And I'm looking up, it's like therapeutic. Therapy, right? I heard somebody say something about holistic measures as far as holistic, you know, natural stuff. That's what me and Yvette, which they call Mother Earth, was talking about. I want to implement into the housing program as well, mainly when it come to working with the women, right? I said, I need you. Tutoring, education. Start reading up more, and it will tell you the less education our people have, the more criminalized they can possibly become. Because they figured if you're not educated, well educated and well rounded, you know, you will go off of, I'm gonna say, destructive information or behaviors wise, right? Now, those are my words, but I'm telling you, look it up, and you'll hear you'll read some of the things to help you better understand why. And black men, young boys on up, because it's mainly the men, right? And by me saying that, let me go back to this. Remember what I said? God took me back to Genesis on up. And as I was reading that, and I started looking at when God told Moses to go tell Pharaoh, I said, let my people go. They're not your people. But then when you look at it, where Pharaoh gave the midwives, told the midwives, the firstborn males, take them down. I'm on TikTok, so that's why I have to watch certain words, right? Take them down, right? Come on up. A lot of our young men, Now I was getting ready to stop at 1629, 1619. I'm sorry. I was getting ready to stop there. But a lot of our young men to this day, some of them aren't making it to be 16. Take them out. I wasn't seeing this in that sense. That's why when y'all hear me say, I didn't think I was going to make it past 21, and I'm 63. Now look, I was younger. That was the average. They're not, some of them, I'm not good with the percentage rate, but not making it to 18. When I found out our 10 and 11 year olds was out there stealing cards and stuff like that, I was over to prison. I said, where's my belt? Where's my belt? Because 10, 11 year olds going around, how they know how to drive, how they this and that. And people had to tell me because of the internet stuff and them playing certain things, that's how they learn how to drive early on. Because it wasn't clicking at the time. Why certain things are happening, mainly with our younger ones. But to go back to it again, it's the prison pipeline. Because when you don't properly educate our men or young men, not all, but if they don't have nothing positive to do, they will start practicing certain destructive behaviors. That's why I created Stephen Copeland Jr., Sports and Talents, full multi-purpose for inner city youth. That's why I asked Brandon Scott. I said, Brandon Scott, this was 2 years ago. Well, March 11th, before I got locked up that next day, the 12th. I said, Brandon Scott, how many multi-purpose centers do we have now in Baltimore City? A couple of years ago, it was 60 something. He told me 48 at that time. Right? I sat there and I was sharing this with Pastor Simmons the other day. I'm at the budget meeting in 2023 that the money he's getting for 2024, Brandon Scott. Now, this not Brandon Scott's fault, y'all, with the money-wise stuff like that. It's just he distributed back out, right? Once it comes. Well, anyway, 4.2 billion for 2024. I heard him talk about everywhere that money was going, except for the inner, inner city. Did you miss it? And I raised my hand to tell Brandon Scott and the people, Devin, that I deal with, because the goal is to start rehabbing and revitalizing houses for the inner city people. And my thing is, just because you forgetting them, we not. Please stop hating on me, Baltimore City. Okay? Because when I come, I come. But I come with the solutions or what we can do, intervention maintenance and stuff like that. Preventive maintenance, I'm sorry. I went around to look at, matter of fact, the building, the school, William Penderhugh. I went to look at it to see, did the Salvation Army come into it already to continue doing the housing program out of it. That's how I met the director. I mean, the Amy Middleton, if you look in Amy. That's how I met her. Matter of fact, Devin, we were talking about it the other day. And Devin, I said the wrong name. It was Calvin. I kept saying Kevin, but it was Calvin that told me to go talk with Ty. And I thought you was Calvin, not Kevin. I say Kevin, but it was Calvin. So now I'm talking with Ty. Ty is connected with the Salvation Army. Ty is a community guy. Ty got the goddamn key to the building in the Salvation Army, and he got the key yet. I was like, whoa. So basically, the reason why I'm saying that because he was telling, Yeah, yeah, Devin. He was telling me about how he went in there and did certain things to the building and stuff. He ain't had to, but he's considered as the governor of the Sandtown Winchester area. So basically, they following him. They listening to him. Coming in with the $30 million project, Devin. Tracy, Junebug, all of them. See, now mind y'all, I'm in the city. So I gotta get connected with the winners. I gotta say it in that sense. With the winners. And they can sit back. Oh, you coming. You gonna come. You gonna come. Now that one, that one right there. Thanks, Devin. That's gonna be a community hub. And it's actually not just for your homeless people and everything, right? But it's actually somewhere where they're gonna be able to come and take showers, eat. They're gonna have a little restaurant in there, food area for them, like a cafe. They're going to the senior citizens as well. So they're going to add another building to it for them, for the youth to come in and play basketball and all that type of stuff. Then the wraparound service part, the professional help. Now, since you mentioned that, Devin, right there in the 2300 block of Pennsylvania Avenue, it used to be the Northeastern Electric Company there, or supply company, right? They gave Hudson, Pastor Rod Hudson, that building and the warehouse behind it. Because he used to keep the grass cut and everything. They gave him the building. You talking about that one? But look, this is what Rod told me the other day. Now, Frederick Douglass apartment complex is where I'm trying to go at with the temporary to permanent. He told me they're gonna make that into apartments. That's why I said. That's why I said I was sharing that with you, yeah. Cause I said it before, so I wasn't sure if that's what you. But check it out. If you don't get involved in your community, a lot of them people that's up in that part of Pennsylvania Avenue, 2410, stuff like that. If you don't get involved in your community, you will not know what they're doing down there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When he told me that, I was blown away. I'm like, "Er?" So that's what they get ready to do with it now. They're going to turn it into an apartment complex at that facility. 9 times out of 10, for that area, they don't have a market in it. They don't have a food market. So 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a little food market there. But now, once again, this is what I said, Devin. From Pennsylvania, Cumberland, Baker Street, over to Calhoun Street. And this is what I've been saying. Pennsylvania, Cumberland, Baker Street, Calhoun. I said you got to secure the area. So what you mean, Steve? What you do? Whenever you trying to rebuild, you got to make sure it's well protected. Because no matter what they do on the outside of it, that's destructive. Catch what I'm saying? Because like I said, I'm on TikTok. That's destructive. You got to secure that and build up so people could see what you're doing. And once they see what you're doing, what it has a tendency of doing, it will embrace the community to see that you are bettering stuff to help them their insides. You get me? So they have to see it and they have to start feeling comfortable. Well, I ain't gonna keep doing this right here. I ain't gonna keep doing that right there. Not being smart, they might take it to somewhere else, but the whole goal is to slow it down. And see, when I share stuff like that, Devin not being smart, because you talking against certain things that they don't want to happen. So it's two type of people or that will come for somebody like me, either your little hustlers, I'm talking about the ones that's putting out the package, or your politicians. Maybe I need to say three, the police department. Because it's like you cutting back on our money, bro. And it's not, no, I'm not just talking about, when I say I, no, not me, like I'm doing all this. No. I'm just talking about the people that we, we, we. And somebody made a statement earlier. Let me tell you this. And I've been talking long enough so y'all know. Um, the village. If you want to slow a lot of this stuff down that's going on in your community, did you just miss the word? If you want to slow a lot of this stuff down that's going on in your community, and you know it's mostly your family members, wherever they are, your daughters, your sons, your grandbabies, your nieces, your nephews, you have to step back up to the plate. I had a page called a new Be More City, rebuilding our communities. A new Be More City. It's a private page. I've been trying to see how I can make it public, but I can't because it's private. A new Be More City. And if you ever want to come on and maybe post stuff, make little comments amongst us, because it's like 400 and something of us, right? And keep it more on the private. So I'm understanding a lot more now about the privacy of certain things because it's just among us and it's not public wise. So everybody can't see it. And that page I created back in 2017 because of the 343 unalives that took place, right? And it started out, and it still is to a degree, as a page where we can grieve, like parents that lost their family members can come to that page and we can drop certain things to embrace each other, to encourage each other, to motivate each other. So I didn't understand for a while, like a public page compared to your private page. But now I'm understanding a little bit more. So if I send you an invite, because I try to invite mostly people with positive energy that's doing great things. Then I have another page called Stevie Copeland 59. It's a private page as well. Lavelle Copeland 59. It's a private page as well. Those two pages that I created was basically based around spirituality and religion and stuff like that we can share and embrace our walk with people. Those two. Stephen Copeland Jr. Sports and Talents is a private page too. But when I started the page, it was for us to embrace our children's talent. Like, even though you might have a child in the house that's showing their butt and all this and type of stuff, put it on there. You know, they got talent. You get me? Just so we can laugh about it and, just kid and joke and play. Well, thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Will. It's not a lot of us over there on those pages, but I didn't realize because I made it private why it's not really growing as, because be honest with you, it's not a lot of negative bull junk over there. So what we're doing, we embracing what's going on in the communities or whatever, So when if I send you an invite, you might be in Chicago. I'm just using that as an example. And you might want to post some of the stuff that y'all doing over in Chicago, something like that, right? That's I'm understanding the difference between having a private page and then having a public page. And then you protecting the group members in this page on those private pages where they can come in and say like they might be going through certain things in life. Y'all know my life is an open book. So I don't have no problem. It doesn't matter whether I'm on my private page or my public page. If I need to post something, I'm gonna post it. Right? So, but I'm understanding the difference a lot more now with the private and the public part of things. You get me? Now, and then not to just say my social media pages. When I say that, I'm talking about that when I do my live streams that I post to as well. You know, and that's YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. Three of my social media pages, I had to put TikTok. I wanted to embed into my broadcast network, but they restrict you for a little bit of any and everything, and I ain't had time for that. I don't have time for that. You know, I don't have time for that. Where they're violating with your First Amendment rights, stuff like that, right? And people should be able to come on and talk freely. Now, what I do understand too, that by me calling out people names when I'm putting them on blast, that's a form of defamation. I didn't understand it at first, but then I do. That's why I try to be careful when it comes to calling out names. And then I realized a lot of stuff that I say, a lot of y'all know who I'm talking about anyway. Mainly when it comes to community stuff. A lot of y'all know who I'm talking about and all that. I hope I sleep. I hope I sleep real good tonight. Sometimes it'll take me. I might not go to sleep till about 2, somewhere along the line. But guess what? I downloaded this puzzle game. Cause what I try to do once I'm off of here and I'm looking at the time, I try to do stuff that will calm this down, keep peace here. Cause you know, by me doing what I do, sometimes it can seem very overwhelming and stressful. I haven't called Jeff, and be honest with you, I need to call Jeff. I haven't called him, and I don't even know why he backed up. I don't know, and I don't know, and a lot of the stuff that we talked about, um, because of the landscaping business and stuff that he do, and I know he said he's willing to train And be honest, I would love for him to come here and do that. But Jeff, if you right there, bro, and I know we haven't talked, a lot of people, Devin, that I've been talking to on TikTok, and we talked about business. I noticed I hadn't been hearing from them no more. And they talked a real good game to make me think they do all this and they do all that right. That Devin, I was trying not to go there. I was really trying not to go there. And I was sitting, well, the goal was to help him get on his feet. But two, stop Devin. But two, um, I'm thinking about some other people. And Steve, the kidney nurse Steve told me a while back, he said, Steve, don't forget, this is an app. So a lot of people that comes on here, you know, they millionaires, billionaires, and they trillionaires. Right? But now, when you dealing with me, what I'm gonna do, if you come on here and you make me think you this type of person that you doing this and you doing that, you doing this and you doing that, right? Look, cause I had sent people some messages, cause y'all know what I do with the homeless population. Well, I need you to support this. I need you to support that. I need you to do it financially, blah blah blah. And next thing I know, here come the excuses. Hey, Dr. Y, I heard they put you out on blast, billionaire. I ain't see you show up lately on nobody platforms. Veteran, where you at, baby? A lot of these people told me when you get off the home monitor, we gonna hook up, we gonna do this, we gonna do that. March the 28th, I came off the home monitor. Guess what, Devin? Where they at? Huh? Where you at? And that's why when I come on TikTok, I have to make it clear to y'all. I come on here to promote my business and to advertise my business. If you look me up, it will tell you. If you look me up on here, it will tell you why I do what I do on TikTok. So I'm not on here. Now, I don't mind putting up a platform. Don't get it wrong. Even when I tell y'all on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, I do the Couch Conversation show. That's my broadcast network. On Saturdays at 2, I do the Teen Talk show. But because of the way I've been running by myself, I need a team that will set everything up for me. And I just show up. Not just me, because of my broadcast network. Say like Devin, you want to come on from 6 at night. Well, I'm sorry. From 7 to 7:45 or 7, Monday through Friday, little example. You just pay for your slot. Cause you advertising or you talking about your show. That's what I could do. Cause you'll be on my broadcast network. So I have to get people lined up that actually know how to produce and know how to do this. So on them days where you might not be able to show up to produce your show, they can put in a rerun for you. So that's why I tell people I want my own studio. That's all I got to do is have the space in the room. Where, guess what? I can do the couch conversation show. Turn around, we can do the teen talk show. And it don't just have to be on Saturdays at 2. If somebody say they want to do it at 12, or do one at 12, or do one Monday, do one Tuesday, do one Wednesdays like me, but a different schedule time. I just need a production team to do this. I can't do it all by myself. So it's to line people up so we can get it done. That's why I say people that's doing what I do, let's come together. I don't mind running off of your long as we on the same page. Baltimore's Real Teen Talk Show. This is what my buddy Maurice Thomas does. What? I think he said he got 9 of them and one over. Oh my God, where did he say that other one was at? I was gonna say Brazil or somewhere, something like that. And when I seen him, he was with DMX and Russell Simmons. And I said, man, do y'all travel from city to city? He said, nah. But he has his own, team. And for I think his group that he normally work with is like from 18 to 24. But they can become actors, dancers, musicians, all of that. That's what I wanted. I wanted to be like the School of the Arts, but free. We can get the funding for it. It's just getting the funding to pay, or we can bring in trainers, people that's like from colleges that do theater, art, and all that type of stuff. Dancing, teach our young ladies how to be young ladies. Teach them how to dance properly. However, because I just thought about some of them dance so outrageous, right? But that's it. And see, it ain't that far. It ain't that far because I'm looking at a recreation center. But guess what? If we don't have a recreation center and you got a building, but you have the space in there, you can do it out the building. It's just bringing the crew together. That's what my church do. My church, I can get actors, dancers. We was talking about Lynette Pelzer the other day, and at my church, I used to act in everything. I was in the theater classes and all that, theater drama class. So the girl was like, "I remember you," and she mentioned her aunt, but I didn't know she passed. I thought she had moved on, as far as got married and moved out of town. But all of that, I'm right here near Morgan. So all I gotta do, look, copping, and that's what me and Amy was talking about. Going to these Amy deals with copping and everything. Matter of fact, because we over that way. So I already know everything that God is lining up for me to do is back over in the zip code of 21217. Already know it. Already know it. Then I talked to a brother the other day that told me some work he doing over here at Morgan. And knows a lot of my church members and musician wise. So the point what I'm saying is God is lining it all up, y'all. He's lining it all up. And sometimes I just want to be out there, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, sit still, Steve. I got this. I'm like, okay. And a lot of y'all already understand my Baltimore family. So many of y'all, because to me, we got to come together if we want to slow a lot of this down. But I know a lot of y'all ain't really willing to step up to the plate, put your life on the line for certain things. I tell you what, and I do believe deep down in my spirit, I don't know about nobody else. That ain't my job. But I earned my seat beside Christ, no matter what. And I'm gonna tell y'all, some of the stuff I go through, I don't like it. I don't like it. If I can be happy, joyous, and free 24/7. That, I don't know if that would be a nice thing or what. I had my good days, I had my bad days. But when my bad days come, I try not to stay there too long. You get me? That's why I never tell somebody, oh, you shouldn't think like this, or you shouldn't feel like that, or you shouldn't this. Because nobody, and this is just me, I don't ask to be miserable. I don't ask, well, I think I'm going to be depressed today. I think I want to feel bad about life in general today. Because I ain't got nothing else better to do. I don't ask. Certain things just pop at you or come and you like, wait a minute, why are you trying to come here? That's a part of life. It's how you deal with it. I don't think nobody asks to be miserable or depressed or whatever, like trauma issues. I was gonna say mental issues, but trauma issues they might be dealing with. They don't some, and then when I look back at like some people, if you don't know, if you don't get to the root cause of why people are where they at today, and it could be grape issues, could be being traumatized. That's what I'm looking at from a child up, from childhood, and not really knowing how to cope and deal with some of that stuff in the here and now. I was taught that doing the step work. I know how to go back and, all right, Steve, what's going on with you, bro? I know how to do a self inventory. I didn't went inside of myself, deep down inside of myself, to find out why did I start picking up or why did I start at 13? Why did, because you got to get to the root cause of what caused me to act and do this and do that and do this and do. Now, everybody didn't travel that route. Everybody didn't with the smugs and stuff like that. But when you got people that's trying to deal with reality today, like the bipolar issues, the schizophrenic, you gotta look back to find out. And most of y'all that's more well educated in that area with your doctorate degrees and all that type of stuff, you know what I'm trying to say? Y'all understand, like, that's why I try not to go too far. Y'all understand the side of the brain that's not functioning compared to the other side. See, y'all know that part. I'm lost when it comes to that. So I leave it up to the professional. Y'all know why the C wing ain't getting along with the D wing, and why y'all know all that here. I be like, okay, whatever you say. But that's why for me, when it comes to me dealing with people one on one, is to encourage them and motivate them to be honest with y'all. Because I begin to understand, having that chemical imbalancement within the brain, right? Y'all already know what certain things is called. You know which part of it is not functioning right. Some of y'all that know how to distribute medication, normally your therapist or somebody along that line. I mean, I'm sorry, I said your therapist, your psychiatrist or psychologist or however it goes. Y'all know how to balance it out. And somebody says something which I'm looking at it in the holistic way. Everybody don't want medication, so you know how to balance them out, through eating the proper food, uh uh meditation, earthly wise, right? I'm trying to get to. So I'm understanding that everybody don't need meds, they just need somebody to teach them how to better coping skills. You get me? And that's why I told Mother Earth, I said, I'm going to need you. Because keep in mind, like I said, when it come to me with the transitional housing, I got you. Transitional. But when it comes to that outside services, mainly when I know you licensed or you certified that you can get paid through medical assistance. That's how you get your money, your funding for your business. I'll tell you, come on. because I know how important my clients need your professional services. I know you're not talking about. You said the pie man. Don't do that, cause you got me thinking Diddy. When you said the pie man, you got me thinking Diddy, and I ain't been following that. I ain't been following that, cause certain behaviors with certain people is it's like it's natural to them. I'm trying to think. I know you. I know you not thinking about. I know you not. Wallace. Wallace. Oh. Mm. Thanks, Devin. You know what? I went to the courts when they first went to charge such and such and such. I thought it was over with. I thought it was over with. Christina Flowers just made a statement on her page not too long ago about him having to go back to court. But I thought it was over with. Yep. I thought it was over with, Devin, because you know that was well over 2 years ago. So I thought that everything was over with. But from what I read that she put out, it's like they trying him, but they trying him more like he wasn't. It's like they saying he played insane. He played insane. That's what they saying. But he's not really as sick as they as. And this is what the psychiatrist or somebody supposed that stated that he's not. Yeah, yeah. But I'm gonna tell you this. When I heard because you know he played Marcus Garvey. And and sometimes I mean I can see us emulating other people because of their work, stuff like that. I could see that. But when you actually try to how can I say it? It's like, okay, the best way I could put it, right? I'm not Jesus Christ. I'm not Jesus Christ. But if I'm not careful, and if I don't realize it, I forget you can't save everybody, Steve. So I had to remind myself, you're not Jesus Christ. So I think that was the best way I could put it, Devin. You know, you can't, Steve, nothing. Cause I get up in my head, you know. But no, I realize in my case, family, I have codependency, and it's like the smugs itself being addicted to that, you know, where the goal is to help people, and you want better for people. And I didn't understand that until I read Melanie Beatty book early on in my recovery, Codependency No More. And when I read her book, it would tell you how to break certain behaviors. And it goes back once again to when I say stuff like my mother taught me that men take care of their responsibilities. She never told me like what to do, how to do it. She just told me that men take care of their responsibilities. So now, by me being a husband and being a father, and I'm looking at my family, my goal is to take care of my family financially as a whole and to be there for them mentally, emotionally, spiritually. So this is what I got as I begin to get older. But now, she taught me from an early age how to cook, clean, sew, all that. So she taught me how to be a responsible kid. And to me, until I read that book, I realized my mother put adult responsibilities on me as a child. And I was determined I would never do that to my kids. Because I was making market, I was cooking, I was doing a lot of stuff. And I asked my mother, I said, why did you do that to me? Like put all that on me? And she told me because I was the more responsible one. Basically, I raised my oldest brothers and all that too. I remember going back and forth like to Hagerstown and Jessup to see my brothers and them. I was like 13, 14, 15 years old. Riding vans and, to go see my brothers and them. So to me, and when I look back at it, uh, it was just it was too much for a child. So when I see some parents that might put adult responsibilities on a youth, no, let them enjoy their lives. Like if they 13, let them be 13. They 14, 15, because you can act like I'm 63. I ain't gonna I ain't gonna sit there and try to act no goddamn on 70. I'm 63. I'm responsible, I'm productive, stuff like that, but I'll tell myself real quick I'm 36. I tell myself I'm 36 and my body might say stop playing Steve. Okay, you right. And when I said that I'm 63, I can't act 70. I'm here. You get me? So my goal is, and I can tell you right now, a lot of the stuff I used to do, being childish and even being an adult, but practicing like childish behaviors. Being an older guy now, a lot of the stuff I used to do, I just don't do no more. Just for the day. I just don't. But I realized too, some of that stuff I grew out of. You get me? Where as an adult, it don't even feel right. That's why when some people say age ain't nothing but a number, don't even try it. You 25 years old, you should never say nothing like that out your mouth. Because number one, you don't even know what it's like to be 30. Or let me say this, you don't if you're 25, you only know what it's like to be 27 or 26. Because you're only 25. And that's where that's the you only been here for 25 years. So you from your personal experience, you only seen stuff from that level. But when you turn about 30, I can tell you this right now. The way you seen life at 25, you're not going to see it the same at 30. And I'm just adding 5 more years on it. And once you're 30 and you turn 35, you're not going to look at life as you did at 30. If you do, then you haven't grown. You haven't. So a lot of y'all that say things, that's what it is. You just saying it. You ain't living it. I can't sit here and tell you, oh yeah, I'm 63, but I think like I'm 70 years old. If I did, then when I get up, my body look, I stood about this cheers like my body's hurting. Like, what happened? Mm-hmm. And y'all want to play, well, age ain't nothing but a number. I can tell you right now, I don't know about nobody else, but I was, and y'all better not talk about me either. On my, I'm over on the looking up information about What's natural stuff, Dr. K, that I can take to get the bang without me? Hey, Dr. K. Hey, cool. Hey, Dr. K, without me going to buy look, and Dr. K, and it pointed me to honey. Honey. I thought it was horny. Hey, baby. Look, I'm like, I'm trying to think of stuff you can take on the natural, right? Where you don't have to take that stuff that send your blood pressure this way, and I'm like, yeah, cause I'm 63, but I want to like I'm 36, or again. So so I'm like, I want natural stuff like Wusa, herbs or something. I don't. Come on, I ain't trying to go chase behind no Viagra and Cialis, and um, I'm trying to look at some natural stuff you can take, like watermelon. Might send my sugar sky high, but I'm like, I remember one time I had to worry about none of that stuff. And I commend the ones that don't think like that or have to use it, okay? That's a great thing. Keep in mind. But I haven't, I was telling to Sean that today, I haven't been physically active in 6 years now. She said, I'm going to get away from you. I said to Sean, I ain't trying to do this and do that right now. I'm like, but look, I'm going to tell you, boy, you got your moments where it's like, man, I want me a girlfriend. Never mind, never mind, never mind. I want me. No, I don't just want a girlfriend. No. I can always find a girlfriend. That's not a problem. Yo, keep in mind. And I was talking to Sean, and I said to Sean, I know you know, because you're one of my board directors, right? Board of directors. I said to Sean, now you know I deal with women and children. I said some of them that comes in be like 21, 22, 23, 40, a little bit older too. Some older, but most of them are kind of young, right? And basically they might have children too. Some call me and be honest, they might be an older person about my age, and she might have a 40-year old or 30-year old with a grandbaby somewhere along the line, right? And the thing is, she's treating them like they regular young children. But what I'm trying to get to is, because of what I do, I have to make it known to them and clear to them. Even though I know you in a vulnerable state, that's not my job. My goal, and I already know I can do what I want to do and I want to do it. Why do I just deal? No, women and children are, yeah. Only reason why, because one, I watched my mother raise 7 children by herself. My mother had 7 children by 7 different men, and I watched my mother Ray did the best she could with us. And my goal when it comes to the men, I get real mad because you have children and you don't take care of your children. You come up with all excuses in the world. But I watch my mother, right? And I think it's sad. So just being a male myself, Steve, is wanting to make life a little better for them. So that's just the man inside of me. You dumb. You dumb. Devin said, Devin said he only deal with women and children because Dre scared him so bad. Ah, you dumb. No, no. And then on top of that, hey, Devin, you ain't lying too. You ain't lying because you know he was the one who told that detective that bull jump. He was the one. He was the one. Dre kept telling me. Dre said, Steve, they coming for you. They coming for you. But now, mind you, I wasn't really paying attention. Dre was the one that kept telling me they was coming for me. Dre was the one that told them about the Texas. Me texting his sister January the 28th about the rest of her rent money. I knew where it came from. The detective talked with Dre because his sister was gone. I still got the texts. She even told me kiss her ass on the text too. You ain't put that up, did you? And sent me a picture, Devin, of the money of the rest of the rent money that she had. But see, I didn't know, Devin, at that time she had plans on moving out because her husband had came home from prison. I didn't know she kept him upstairs in that room. She didn't want me to know. I was told that later after she left that her husband stayed up them steps. I said, okay. Now, the same guy, Devin, that told me that her husband was upstairs, they found him unalive when I was gone. This thing deeper than what I be saying, y'all. But anyway, Dre was the one gave them that information. Gave that detective lady the information to have me indicted. Remember the one that you read for April the 7th? That's what the detective did. Stop, Devin. You remember that? I paid that man $500. Devin, I paid that man $500 because this girl told me. She said, I know this guy that does such and such and such that will help. You know, matter of fact, the goal was to put him somewhere where he can get the proper help. That same day, that same day, he ran them out, Devin, and he called the police. The SWAT team came. One of the police, I know. I told him get my money. Hey, Devin, but that day when they all ran out, and by this time, you know, I'm going through this with the police, right? I don't know who he was, but he came around and he walked up to me. He was like, "Hey, how you doing, Mr. Copeland?" It was the SWAT team and everything. Dre was walking up and down the street like, "Yeah." They was all of them was scared of Dre. You remember? They were scared. I said, "That's all you got to do is tell him." Mr. Copeland said he no longer wants you in his housing program. No, we can't tell him. I said, tell him he'll snap out. Because he wasn't on his meds. He wasn't on his meds, right? I said, just tell him Mr. Copeland no longer wants you in his housing program. I said, that's going to bring him down. They would not listen to me. The whole SWAT team, I'm talking about the police department. They took me through hell. Ah! Ah! It was Dre. It was Dre that told me back then. He said, Steve, they coming for you. Yep. And you know, I kept calling him because he had came off his meds, and the goal was to get him back on his meds, and they would not take him. And you know, I had to go downtown and do the emergency petition on him, and they took him the first time. They were supposed they kept him for 24 hours, but they kept him for 10. The second time I called them and they took him, they supposed they kept him for 48 hours. and they only kept him for 2. I said, what in the world? And when I say they, I'm talking about John Hopkins over at the psych part. Yeah. Yeah, I told him bring my money back because it was like he told me what he was going to do. And then this young lady, which I don't want to mention her name, she was the one that told me about him and the work that he do. And this sucker allowed, remember I told you, all of us upstairs, right? Now these guys got on, they got pew-pews, right? And then they have on vests, right? I don't know what Dre was doing in that room. But them suckers turned around and ran. And they got pew-pews. And they turned around and they ran out the building. And I ran right with them. I was like, oh shit. Stop, Devin. Y'all don't look. Y'all don't know. Look. That's why, Devin, when it comes to dealing with our people with trauma issues, I'm used to certain things. I'm used to certain things. It's the daggone police that don't know their job. I'm used to certain things and certain behaviors, because normally, if they on medication, right, I can tell when you're in a peaceful mind state. And we might have a conversation and you connecting real well, you talking real well because your thinking is more clear. But then when I noticed it'll take you a while to bring your thoughts together when we're having a conversation, then it'll hit me. I was like, oh my God, when the last time you had your meds? And you might say about a week ago, and I realized where you going. I'm like, why you ain't call your stuff? And see, I can explain this to the police department to help them better understand your freaking jobs. But y'all don't want to listen. But I bet y'all would justify that behavior for them Pure and that 70-year-old. Uh-huh. Because they supposed to be trained. Uh-huh. That's why I say I had to shut my mouth with certain things. One, a lot of y'all don't know, and I didn't pay a lot of attention to it too, Devin. I was at one of Theroux was talking. And Theroux was the one that said at one point they wouldn't do body shots. They can take you down, leg, limb, something like that, just to bring you down. Wait a minute, let me make sure I say that right. No. Wait a minute. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Because this is what I learned. They moved away from body shots because of your body, your organs. I was talking about that some years ago. About once I heard him say what he did. And I'm trying to make sure, was it the popo or was it just community thing, right? Where he was talking about now they're doing head shots, not the body shots no more. Because that way, once a person passed forth, they selling off the organs. Now I'm gonna tell y'all, as a retired tractor trailer driver, I used to deliver to a spot. They had about 50 foot, 53-foot trailers in the doorway, freezer, refrigerated. And I asked the lady, I said, what y'all doing here? She said, harvest body parts. And I was looking at all them freezers in that door. And not only that, they had refrigerator freezers inside of the facility. And it was, now, for them to do what they do, it had a nice smell to it. It wasn't like, the blood odor smell, blah blah blah. I couldn't believe it. But when she told me that, and I realized they harvesting body parts, take people to go down, right? They harvesting body parts and they shipping them all over. I said, can you imagine? It takes a lot to fill them things up like that. And by this time, back then, it's a lot of us was going down. There's a lot of us was being taken out. Even though they was talking about how uh it's been reduced, the unalive rate in Baltimore City, the pew pew. Listen to what I'm saying. The pew pew. So I started looking up how many stabbings, how many people might have been choked out. Because when they do that count, they only talking about the pew pews. A lot of people don't pay attention. When they talk about the overdose, and I want to make sure I could say certain things here on TikTok, right? Now, from what I went to look up how many supposed they had transformed from it, right? From what I understand, it said none. But then I was told it was 6. So until I talk with somebody and they say that, like a family member or somebody that they really know, because the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, because they only post or they only give you what they want you to hear. I'm gonna say this again, Baltimore. If we do not learn to come together with solutions created, it's going to increase tremendously. Once again, that's if it really even dropped. And for me, I don't worry as much for my family the way I might do your family that's in the inner city. Because my family don't really hang out. I know anything can happen anywhere. I already know that. And if you got family that's in the poorest communities in the inner city, you listening to Trump and them talking about cutting off these programs. Um, they're running off a lot of, say, like the illegal immigrants, and we've been talking about this too. But who are working these construction sites now? A lot of buildings is going to be abandoned because of them running off the 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 illegal immigrants, because a lot of construction companies, now I'm not saying this right now, please don't get it wrong, right? But they're not training a lot of the people that need the help the most with these master contractors. They're not training them. helping them get off the street. Do y'all pay attention to that? Do y'all realize that the prison system can release a lot of their people to come out and do the work that the illegal immigrants that they rushing off, they taking out of here? And a lot of y'all happy as hell. And it's not to knock it now. Don't get it wrong. But if you don't see the other side of it, you won't understand why. When you got a businessman, several, who do you think working in some of their offices? They just bring them out of prison, dress them up, and they looking good. They in there like professional, white collared men. Because there's a lot of them behind bars who know how to go into these warehouses and do excellent jobs. And I notice most of the people that make comments about it and think that's the best thing that could happen in this world, they are white. They are white. I said white. I was saying white to be smart. How many melanated people you think gonna go out there and pick cotton, fruits and vegetables and all that? So you either arrest them, right, and then you bring them out on that scale. I haven't heard it lately, and I normally hear it on TikTok. Have y'all been hearing any farmers complain about too much anymore? About them not having nobody to work their land? Huh? Did I say something wrong? That's a form of cheap labor. It's cheap labor. And I'm gonna get ready to get off. I am, seriously. All right, family. I love y'all. I'm gonna delete this. I've been on here for 5 hours and 33 minutes. So I'm gonna get ready to delete this. And y'all hear what I'm saying. So this is what I deal with as far as trying to help with other people that sees what I see, that's not blind um, to life. Now I sent something over about how I need y'all help because I got to go down to this building, right? And I got to see how many people that's left in the building, my housing program. Because from what I understand, the two sisters, I think they got put into like a senior citizen place, right? They gone, and those was the ones that would babysit the children. Well, anyway, I got to go down there and check on some people that I know mind their business, stay away, because nobody's really reaching out to tell me nothing. Nobody. In my own housing program. And I had to stay away for a lot of personal reasons. I wasn't trying to go back to jail for nobody. And I didn't want to violate, anyway, my parole and probation. But guess what? Because I got to go to court on the 16th for something that I don't even understand why. I got to go back August the 28th for violating the probation for somebody that went and filed some charges on me for something I didn't even do. I'm like, huh? So, and the good part about it, I'd already talked to my probation officer to let her know what's happening. But see, the thing that get me with this, it seemed like you can't even live your goddamn on life without the system wanting to play with you for whatever reason. Now, and if I sit back and when I go to court, if I start saying stuff like this and judging the system, I'm gonna be the one wrong. But it's not my fault. The reason why, because when I watched this police officer that knew what my housing program was about, know all of it, the Eastern District and all that, because of some of the stuff we was going through, right? These fake, phony charges, and I see where it started from. The judge don't know if it's true. The prosecutor don't know if it's true, and stop lying to your freaking self. Because once they come down with the like what they did with the with the false charges and everything, the police did it. The police did the fake police report. I mean the fake charges and police report that did not implement me in nothing. Did not implement me in nothing. But what they did, they kept me so they could just try to find something. That's why all in all, prosecutor, you came up with this one right here. Guilty by association. That was the best y'all could do. Because the 14 charges was fake. The police report, like the first judge that gave me the release, allowed me to come home, he said it don't match. The police report and the charges did not match. He said something ain't right with this. That's when he asked. Now, mind you, he's the one that gave me, allowed me to come home and then sign up for the home detention, right? Because he said this don't look right. He said something ain't right with this. That was the first judge. I've never had a chance to talk to another judge to prove my stuff. And it doesn't. The charges and the report itself doesn't go together. Mainly once he asked the prosecutor, the public defender, he said, is this a legit business? And that's when I spoke out and I said, yes, Your Honor. I have an EIN number. Because the charges, how you gonna charge somebody with home invasion, burglary, armed robbery, stuff like this, right? And then it repeated itself. Then you looking at the police report itself that the police wrote, and that's why he said this don't go together. I already knew. Already knew. You already knew. Shipley, you knew. And then I just said your name. Because you knew. And me and you talked. What I'm disappointed about, me and you talked, bro. And you talking about how you wanted to leave a legacy behind for your kids. And I'm talking about the same things because of what I do in the community. And then you turned around and do these fake charges on me? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Because I reported you to your supervisor twice for giving Dre permission to knock down my door. That's what it was. Let's talk about it, baby boy. So that was your way of screwing me. Come on, this thing get deep, bro. It get deep. And when I was looking up my case thing, I was trying to look up when y'all raided the house. Why would y'all put something together to raid the house over some damn Gucci glasses? I ain't even got the paperwork. I can only tell you what was told to me because of the paperwork of y'all raiding the house. That's not in the police report itself. So I was looking up that case the other day. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And now, detective, well, I'm coming for y'all. Because I want to personally know why y'all do this shit. Fuck your badge. Why did y'all do that? You get paid. Both of y'all, greedy mother suckers, y'all get paid to go back out and to protect and serve. I don't get paid for doing what I do. Why did y'all feel the need to do that? And I guarantee you, any amount of money, I'm not the only one. Y'all did that too. I can guarantee you. And a lot, when I was over MTC, and I mentioned your names, a lot of the young guys told me about y'all. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna do this again. I can imagine. Imagine. I can't even put a number in my head, but I can only imagine how many other, and to be real, black men, y'all done that too. And I don't want to make it a black and white thing. When y'all pulled me into it, you showed me. When y'all pulled me into it, you showed me who the freak y'all are. And to say this, the goal, no lie, was to let it go. That's why I did, because I didn't do anything wrong. And prosecutor, you already said it. You already said it.
Mr. Copeland, we know you didn't do this, and we know you didn't do
That, but you're gonna find me guilty of association. And that's what made me look over at you like I did. First, you're gonna tell me we know you didn't do this. We know you didn't do that. But we just want to give you something. That's all it is. That's all it was. And y'all fixed it where I never showed up to court to talk with a judge. And I'm gonna tell you this: a lot of lawyers hear me, a lot of civil rights advocates hear me, or people that do this type of work, y'all hear what I'm saying. And a lot of police that's proud of your co-workers for doing people like this, and I'm gonna do this one right here. Don't worry about it. Let it go. Leave it alone. God told me the other day. Now he did commit a crime, so he was just coming home from 20 years. I said, "How long you been home?" He said, 6 months. I said, "How were you able to adjust, like, back into society like that?" He was standing in line to get something to eat. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I'm so proud. I am so proud of how a lot of you, and I'm talking about our justice system, I'm talking about our polices. I'm so proud how y'all can set people up that's innocent as all outdoors, and how you sleep at night. I'm so proud of the bull crap y'all could do and still wake up the next day or yeah, and have peace, so called. Because I know you ain't at peace in your life. So y'all better pray and hope I never sit down and be able to talk with y'all because I'm gonna ask you. And then I might just tell you right in front of your commander, right in front of your chief, your lieutenant, which you feel like taking me out now, huh? Because you got the power and the authority. And then they'll sit back and justify your behavior anyway. Well, see, what happened was Mr. Copeland didn't have his front teeth in his mouth, and we felt like he might want to bite him. So then he had to defend himself. Because Mr. Copeland had front teeth in his mouth, and he might have cut him. That was a dangerous weapon. I listen to y'all, and that's just how dumb and stupid some of the stuff y'all say out your mouth sound. For them to illegally take somebody down. Ah! Dang, I ain't even pay attention to my TikTok, and my TikTok battery then went blue dead. All right, family, I'm out. Love y'all. I must have needed to talk. I must have needed to get that one out. Cause it's been almost 6 hours. We got some work to do, y'all. We got some work to do. And if we don't learn to stand together, they're gonna keep screwing us the way they do. They're gonna keep doing it. They're gonna keep doing it. And it's sad. So I don't know how true it is. If actually I'ma say they reduce the homicide rate and all of that the way they've been saying it. I don't know. And because of what I've been saying for lately, and me and a lot of other people been talking, because of what we've been seeing, we feel like it's a lot of covering up that's being done. But I love y'all, and I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here. And y'all have a nice night. It's almost 12 too.